Good evening. I'll call to order the meeting of the Community Redevelopment Agency's board meeting today, Tuesday, August 11, 2020 at 5:34 p.m. John, would you please provide an introduction?
Hello and welcome. I'll be providing assistance during today's meeting. Before we start, I'd like to review a few housekeeping items so the public audience knows how to participate. Your microphones have been muted to reduce background noise during this public meeting. There will be specific times during this meeting when members of the public can ask questions and provide feedback. The first way is by typing their questions into the questions section at the bottom of the GoToWebinar interface. Those items will be read into the record by a meeting organizer at the appropriate time. Please be sure to include your name for the record. The second way is by using the GoToWebinar interface and clicking on the raise hand option. A meeting organizer will announce the speaker and unmute their audio, at which time the speaker should state their name for the record. Before speaking, please take steps to minimize any sources of background noise and speak clearly into your device during your allotted time. I will now turn control over to Board Chair Stephen Krant, who will be presiding over today's meeting.
Thank you, John. We will now have an invocation by Board Member Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for another sunny day in South Florida. Even with our technical difficulties, we ask that you bless each member that is on this webinar tonight. We invite your presence, that you will be in the midst of every decision that we make, that it will be for the betterment of our citizens and our city. Thank you, Lord, for the board members who will be making the decision. I pray for them and their families and the situation that we find ourselves in with this COVID-19. Father, we ask that you bless our CRA Executive Director and his staff. Lord, we ask a special blessing for those kids that are going back to school. We ask a special blessing for the teachers that will have to endure with this new norm. Again, Lord, we ask that you to bless each and every one of us. We ask it all in your name. We pray. Let every heart say amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please? All right. Catherine, you're unmuted.
Yes. Chairman Stephen Grant.
Present.
Vice Chairman Ty Penserga.
Present.
Board Member Justin Katz.
Here.
Board Member Christina Romulus.
Present.
Board Member Woodrow Hay.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And to the attendees, I apologize. We were unable to get the webcams to work. And so rather than trying to have everyone log off and log back in, we are going to go do the CRA meeting without the videos of the board. And moving on to agenda approval. Any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda?
Motion to approve, Mayor.
I'd like to remove item 15B. I believe, I don't know if it is. And then also I'd like to add a new item for old business discussion on the Palm Beach County Housing Authority's properties in the heart of Boynton Beach. And so may I have a motion to approve as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Do I have a second?
Mayor, This is Catherine.
Yes.
To be clear, are you, for 15B, it may need to be removed from the table before it can be removed from the agenda.
All right.
Might I
Either
suggest
way.
that you adopt the agenda and then do that immediately afterwards?
Okay. Well, if we remove it from the agenda, it's not on there. So I'll just add the item of 14H for Palm Beach County Housing Authority, if I could get an amended motion.
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to legal. My question for legal, do you have anything to tell us regarding any updates from the governor?
Yes, it's really more of a lack of update. There have been executive orders issued that declare that in-person quorums are not required for certain types of meetings. As of yet, the executive order that allows this board to meet virtually has not been extended, so it is currently set to expire September 1st. There's no official word one way or the other whether it will be extended, but I think the suspicion is that it will be extended at some point, and we will keep you posted on that.
Okay. Thank you. And also I have a question regarding the TRFA agreement with One Ocean. I believe that we were supposed to receive an update regarding their process and to find out the status of that. So I'd like legal to handle that matter. All right. If there's no other questions for legal, we'll move on to informational items and disclosures by board members and CRA staff.
Apologies, Mayor, my microphone was muted again. You would like for the legal to look into the consequences of that under the contract, so I'm clear?
So the amended contract
Yes, sir.
to allow a year extension, I believe there was a requirement for them to make a presentation in July. And so I'd like an update of legal regarding that amendment.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to informational items and disclosures by board members and CRA staff. I'll begin. I've had talks with Centennial Management and Fox Capital through email, and I had heard the presentation from, which one is it? The Ocean Avenue Residence and Shops LLC for their letter of intent. Vice Chair, do you have any informational items and disclosures?
Yes. I spoke to Ocean Avenue Residences and Shops LLC as well, the representatives, and I've previously disclosed my conversations with the three parties that put in for the cottage district.
Board Member Romulus.
No disclosures from me at the time. I'm sorry. I did speak with Bill Morris and his team regarding one of the items that's on the agenda later on, and I believe that is all I have to disclose.
All right. Board Member Hay.
I did talk with Bradley Miller and his crew about the building down on Federal and Ocean Avenue.
And Board Member Katz.
I spoke to Bradley Miller today in reference to the project everyone has cited where the temporary library was, and that is all.
Seeing no more informational items by the board, we will move on to public comments. John, can you please allow people to raise their hands and ask questions at this time?
Board Chair Grant, that option has been enabled.
All right. Yep. give it a few more seconds.
So as a reminder for the audience, if you do have any comments and would like to participate, you can click on the hand option on the GoToWebinar interface, and that will raise your hand indicating that you would like to speak. And at such point, we will unmute your microphone and allow you to participate.
And if there is anyone that would like to speak on any of the consent agenda items or any of the other old business or new business and that are not a presenter, now would also be the time to let us know that you would like to speak on an item. All right. Nobody wants to speak on anything? Great. All right. We will close public comments and move on to.
Mayor Grant,
Yep.
I do see a last minute hand raised and it was a question by Susan Oyer. Oh, I will at that time. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, so I guess we'll leave the question option available for people to write for the different items. Okay. So seeing no more public comments, we'll move on to consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve? Or would anyone like the items to be pulled?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. CRA projects in progress. Marketing, business promotions, and social media update.
Mercedes or Renee, are you out there? Are you able to connect with us?
Yes, good evening, board. This is Renee Roberts, social media and communications specialist. Our business development team has prepared a PowerPoint to share some of the social media marketing and business promotional initiatives that were executed through the month of July. Are you able to open that PowerPoint? I know we're experiencing a few issues. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so for the month of July, staff continued to utilize our social media platforms to promote CRA projects and local businesses located within the CRA area. You can go on to the next slide, please. For the phase 1 of the Like a Local social media campaign, we continued with the promotion of the fishing and jet ski charters located at the Boynton Harbor Marina. Social media followers were encouraged to participate in the contest for their chance to win a voucher to be redeemed at one of the available charters. Prizes were awarded for the Sea Mist 3 and intercoastal jet ski and boat rentals. Next slide. In an effort to provide additional exposure to marina businesses, staff recorded business promotional videos that shared information about safety measures that have been implemented by some of the marina businesses to protect patrons from ongoing COVID-19. Next slide. We also shared specific posts for each featured business that either showed business development videos that had previously been recorded or real-life photos of residents enjoying the waterway adventures with various marina charters. Next slide. Here are some examples of the marketing graphics that were promoted as paid ads for the Fish Like a Local and Play Like a Local segments of the campaign. Next slide. Here are 2 examples of the project posts that were shared in July. Throughout the month, we shared a variety of posts on both city and CRA projects, such as the Town Square project, the Boynton Cultural Center, Ocean Breeze East, and the Historic Women's Club of Boynton Beach. Next slide. We've continued to promote COVID-19 safety measures and special offers for both new and existing businesses within the CRA area in an effort to encourage residents to patronize and support local businesses. I'm now going to pass over to Tracy, who will provide a recap of some of the print marketing initiatives from our team.
Good evening, board. If you can go to the next slide, that would be great. This is Tracy Smith Coffee, business marketing and business development. Yeah, right here. Like a local print ad. So here are two examples of the types of print marketing that we published in July to further promote the Live Like a Local campaign and the businesses located in the Boynton Harbor Marina. A quarter-page ad in the Coastal Angler magazine featured the jet ski rental companies. We also published a full-page ad in the Neighborhood News, a half-page ad in the Coastal Star, and both ads promoting each of the businesses located in the marina. So I'm going to hand this, if you could move to the next slide, that would be great. I'm going to hand this over to Mercedes, and she's going to discuss the blog. Mercedes? Okay, it's Mercedes not there?
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me now? I think I'm unmuted. Okay, great. Good evening, board. Mercedes Coppin, Business Promotions and Events Manager. In July, we published the first blog in a 3-part series that will promote the various new and established businesses that are located on East Ocean Avenue. This first blog focused on spotlighting businesses located within the 500 block of the avenue and included an overview and photos of Hurricane Alley, Oyer, Makoviak & Associates, Chez Andrea Gourmet Provence, E&C's Beauty Salon Experience, The Butcher and the Bar, Waka Go, and Pio Pio. As of today, this blog has been viewed over 630 times, which makes it one of the most read and shared blogs that we've ever had. And we're very hopeful that the additional blog posts in this series will continue to be well received and encourage residents to visit local businesses. And if you could please go to the next slide, Tracy will present the final slide. Tracy, are you there?
Can you hear me? I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So this is our business development postcard that we created that provides a brief description of the BBCRA's business development program, such as economic development grants, social media outreach program, marketing and business promotions and events. The postcard will be shared with the new businesses on the business tax receipt list, as well as we will be handing them out to existing businesses in the CRA area. Do you have any questions?
I don't have a question on that. I do have a question regarding upcoming ribbon cuttings. If you...
Okay.
Yes. Good evening, board. Renee Roberts again. There are 2 upcoming ribbon cuttings within our district. On Friday at 11 a.m., there will be a ribbon cutting event which will be held virtually for people to attend at 11 a.m. You can see our live stream on the CRA's Facebook page. And then next week on August 19th, that's Wednesday, at 11 a.m., there is going to be another virtual ribbon cutting for Organic Kitchen and Mercantile, and that can also be viewed on the CRA's Facebook page as a live stream.
Thank you so much. And, you know, yes, board member Hay.
I don't have a question, but just a comment. I'm awfully proud of our CRA staff that did an outstanding job. I was a little surprised after after Renee did well, I think it was Tracy did the last slide, but I wouldn't hear one of those fish stories about that little boy pulling in that big fish. But outstanding job, CRA staff. You really did. I'm proud to live in Boynton Beach.
Thank you, board member.
Thank you. Thank you.
And, I also wanted to see if we could help promote the ribbon cuttings for more of our CRA businesses, whether it's an anniversary or the new businesses.
Yes, Mayor, we are continuing our outreach. We've just now started to do these virtual events, so we are going to continue for our new businesses opening and also, brainstorming new and exciting ways to virtually reach out to our audience in lieu of in-person events.
Excellent. I'm glad we're working on that. All right. Does any of the board have further questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to CRA Economic and Business Development Grant Program Update.
Good evening, board. Bonnie Nickley, Grants Manager. This is an overview of the CRA's Economic Development Grant Program. We have 3 new businesses on this month's agenda for approval, all located in Ocean Plaza at 640 East Ocean Avenue. One's a chocolatier, a jewelry store, and a professional office space. Pending these approvals, we will have approximately $113,000 remaining for the fiscal year. I expect a bulk of that to be used up with the September applications. I also want to share that we have had 3 businesses whose projects were recently completed. They are property damage consultants. They're located at 125 East Boynton Beach Boulevard beside KFC. So it looks amazing. And then we also have Guaca Go and ENC's Beauty Experience. Both completed their build out projects and they are located in 500 Ocean. And I'm here for any questions.
All right. Is there any questions from the board? Hearing none. Thank you, Bonnie. We'll move on to item 14A, old business discussion and consideration of fiscal year 2021 project fund budget.
Yes, good evening, board. Our remaining tasks for this evening and with regard to the budget, we're going to pull up the live spreadsheet of the project fund and show you where we are with the allocation. I believe here it comes. Wow, from the side, nice. We are zeroed out. You'll see at the bottom of the green column in the center, which is the CRA proposed project fund allocations. If you scroll down, John, just to the bottom, or Bonnie to the bottom of that sheet, you'll see that all of the funds as of this evening, the $5,083,000 have been up. We have.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Perfect. Thank you, John. Have been accounted for. You've allocated all of the funding. Vicki Hill, finance director, and I are working on for your September meeting, going through the general fund and any existing POs in the project fund and try to liquidate those down into any remaining fund balance that we can allocate prior to the close of the fiscal year. And any of those funds you'll have at the September meeting to allocate again in the project fund. Any funds after that, after the close of the fiscal year, will come before you at the audit, the closeout of the audit for fiscal year 1920. And at that time, if there's any funds available at that closeout, you'll be able to allocate those as you see fit in a budget amendment.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I was going to say thank you for all that information. I want to lead the discussion with the board, just so that they have an opportunity to go through the items. Is it possible to zoom up one, John?
Yes, and is this the appropriate time for Bonnie to take control, or would you like me to continue?
Seeing how it's your computer, I don't know if it works that unless it's Bonnie's screen, she doesn't control your computer.
Chair,
Yeah.
I have a question for Michael. I downloaded the PDF version of this, and I see that it says there's a negative balance of 66.
Yes.
Is this old? Should I be discarding this, or?
Yes, Vice Chair, that is correct. And as of this afternoon, the information that you had in the packet, which is what the CRA board had, is correct. When Vicki and I went through the spreadsheet again for your live movement of funding, the $650,000 that you see for the acquisition, if you remember, let me back up. If you remember at last month's meeting, on the July 14th meeting, the board approved the acquisition of 401, 411 East Boynton Beach Boulevard. That item was a total of $930,000. So we had immediately taken the $650,000 that is in the line item under rollover and $280,000 from acquisition, and in the movement of that plus some TIF free up from the previous page, we ended up with a zero balance.
Got it. That is good to know.
And so, basically I want to just run through with the board if everyone's okay with the current, aspects of the MLK corridor, the amount of funds that we have for property acquisition, the Northeast 3rd Street roadway improvement project. I kind of want to take money out of this just to fund what we already stated that we would fund because we do not have the community caring center coming in. And so I don't feel that we're going to spend the $500,000 to build Northeast 3rd Street in the upcoming fiscal year. And so, Michael, how much money has not been allocated for next year out of those funds?
I will, if Vicki is on, she'll have the capital outlay, but I can tell you that we're only in the design phase now. So let's say that 100,000 of, we haven't spent any. We haven't been asked to spend any, although there is the contract with the design firm that the city will approve for funding. So we have about 400,000 left of this 500,000.
And so I'd like to move half of that into property acquisition, and then I'll defer to the rest of the board if there's another item that we could do in regards. I know that there may need some contingency funding for the upcoming year.
So would you mind specifying, did you mean half of the 500 or half of the remaining?
Half of the remaining, the 200,000.
I sort of feel that the other 200,000 should be part of the contingency fund for things to come up later on. Did you hear that, board chair?
Yep.
Okay.
So just change. No. Change
Chair,
the 5. Go ahead.
If this board would be willing, I'd like to commit some of that to this tree canopy line item. Maybe, not all 200, but some portion of it. Because right now we only have 15,000 towards that.
Yeah.
Give us a figure, Vice Chair.
Let's begin with the 20.
I would support that. This is Board Member Hay, by the way.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Hay.
So for item 20, you would put another 20,000 into it.
Mm-hmm. Line item, sustainability tree canopy.
So you want to put just 35,000
650.
to round it. Okay.
Can we correct number 10 on there? The total in the blue column is just the green column. It's not the actual total.
So yeah, no, I kind of want to go in order, if that makes more sense. So that way we'll see if anything needs to happen in the Cottage District, Mangrove Park, Boynton Beach Boulevard.
I don't mean adding any money. I just mean literally correct it because the total doesn't incorporate the rollover funds.
Correct.
Yeah. So Bonnie, do you need some help with the Excel spreadsheet?
Sorry, my computer's slower than, because I'm sorry. Yes, I'm catching up. Go ahead and repeat that one more time.
So for item G10,
Mm-hmm.
you would put plus,
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I was on the right column. Thank you.
yeah, plus C10. No. So you go, so yeah, click, right click plus.
Oh my gosh.
Why does it do that?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
It's okay, Bonnie. It looks like that one of those kind of technology nights.
Yeah. Tonight is not a good night.
There we go. All right. Okay, and so the acquisition, I did want to discuss the neighborhood officer program, the fifth year of the program, seeing that we have $164,000. Speaking with the executive director, there's currently 2 open positions of a neighborhood officer and a neighborhood community service officer. I'd like to be able to offer that as an additional assignment to our Boynton Beach Police Department, working through the community policing unit. And so that way, let's say in the month of November, the BPPD does not assign someone, then those funds can be used to pay for an additional assignment available through the community policing unit.
Okay. Like a special detail or assignment. Very good. I can talk to the chief about that.
Chair,
And that way,
way
we'll know. Go ahead. And so basically the funds will come, we understand what it will cost for the year. If we don't have anyone assigned, we know that 1/12 of that is not being spent. And so we have those funds to spend for the following month.
I think Michael said it, or I just want to be clear. So you want them to be paid in the style of like a supplement or a special detail?
Correct. It's an additional assignment of being in as part of our neighborhood officer program because it provides enhanced policing to the CRA district.
So officers would sign up for that assignment like they would a special detail at the marina or at the holiday parade. I'm not sure of the exact technical term that PD will give this type of an assignment option, but it would be most likely an overtime like a special detail would be. And I can get certainly with Assistant Chief Giulio and Chief Gregory to correctly label what that would be when they advertise that through their system of details and assignments.
And you're requesting for all 164K? For all?
No, that's the money that was not spent from last year. So the fact is we did not have an additional officer assigned to our neighborhood officer program. And the fact that we have an office location for them now in the CRA, and we're going to have a future office location for them, I think that we want to make sure that those positions are filled.
No, I agree. I'm just wondering about the amount per se, and are we putting a cap or, you know?
The aspect of it is that we're not spending more money than we would have already spent. So is kind of what I'm saying is that if no officer is assigned to the neighborhood officer program after October 2020, 1/12 of what would have been spent, we can use that for additional detail in November and so forth moving forward.
Yeah, all right.
But we don't want to spend money so that we have to add additional for neighborhood officers and then add additional money because someone was assigned to that position.
Sounds good. I'm on board.
It's a great idea.
Okay. And then moving down, commercial economic redevelopment grants. I think that should be adequate. The neighborhood signage grants is what we stated. The business promotion events assistance project. I think that is adequate, knowing that we may have additional funding left over the following year. Business and marina marketing assistance project. The redevelopment assistance for Palm Beach County Housing Authority lots. I think that will be adequate to start the conversation. Sarah Sims Amphitheater. I think that will be adequate. I'm glad with the sustainability tree canopy. We do not have anything funded for the residential grant program. I kind of agree with this, is that even though it has helped a lot, I think we really need there's a lot of CARES funding available through the community development of with the city. And I'd like for people to use the state and federal funding if possible for those for that type of grants.
Chair, could I just have a refresh on this grant program? This is the grant program for fixing someone's yard and exterior of their homes. Is that what this is?
Basically, it's dealing with certain items. The issue is that it's very taxing to do the paperwork required because we are helping out individual property owners with their residents, and so that's why I feel that to direct them for the following year to the CARES funding, which does have provisions for this.
Okay.
Board Chair, may I interrupt? One of the things that was mentioned this evening during a previous item that was 12B on the CRA Economic Business and Development Grants, Bonnie referred to the fact that she may be even lower than this 45,000 at the end of the September meeting, just so that while you have this 180,000 left to reallocate, That number is more likely going to stay right around the 400 as of October 1st, the way it stands now.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where I'm at with September, where whatever is subtracted from that by economic development grants, we will see something from the administrative costs. With the fact that Azim is no longer with the CRA, we will have tens of thousands of dollars being able to allocate. So that's kind of we're not done with this. We still got one more opportunity to go. I think the Historic Women's Club of Boynton Beach, the ongoing renovations, to keep that money in there in case something is needed to be done with hopefully a partnership with the city. The site work, demolition, and environmental, I think is adequate. Professional development services, legal services, and contingency. So I don't know, Bonnie, how we got the extra 420.
I calculate 180,000 remaining. Is that, you had 4, you put 200 in acquisition, and then 20 into the tree canopy, which should leave.
Well, the other aspect of it is that if column E only went with column E. No, I'm sorry, that the sum of column E. So the fact that we took away 100,000 from column C, I don't know if that affected column E.
It doesn't. No, sir.
And so I think, so she added an extra 200,000 to contingency. Bonnie, can you add 180,000 to contingency? And that way it will equal the 400,000 that we took from the Northeast 3rd Street. And is the board okay with those numbers?
Good evening, board. This is Vicki Hill, the finance director. The reason why it's negative is because you move money from that first column and you put it in the middle.
Yep.
And that's why it's doing that.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of that, and so that way we understand that the column that we moved from C to E equals that same amount, and so that's why it shows a negative number. However, it is not.
It is not correct.
And it will be reflected in September.
Right. It'll be correct in September. Yes, sir.
So I believe that the number in E27, is it? If you move it down a little bit, yeah, that number is the real total, right? Of that E column.
No.
Yep. Oh, E3 to E26.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
And so, Catherine, do we need a motion? Or just consensus to move forward to finalize for September's motion?
No, I think you just need a consensus at this point.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
And just remember to state your name for the record whenever you speak.
Apologies. Catherine Rossmo, Lewis, Longman, and Walker. On behalf of the CRA board.
All right, so I'm going to move forward to the next item. We have consensus, and we'll have that discussion with the additional funds necessary for other projects. Because I did want to see Michael. I know that we talked about possibly lighting some of the pool or the Galaxy Park.
Yes, sir. We did, and I spoke to the city public works director, Andrew Mack, about that. They did not have enough information to report to you on the actual costs. I don't know if we need to have a discussion with the city, that was not something that I thought they would be more excited about it, let's say, but they appeared to have either a different solution or a different prioritization of that. So if that's something that I'll continue to meet with them between now and September and get them to provide me with some type of a thank you, but it's not ready to do yet, or something that gives the board some comfort that it's not. Okay.
And also for September, I kind of want a presentation from the city to talk about the interlocal agreements that we have for our CRA funding. I know we discussed quite a bit when it was involving Sarah Sims Park, and it seems that the city has not really provided the CRA board with direction with what they're asking us for assistance with for the upcoming year.
Yes, sir.
Chair
Yes.
Chair Grant, are we finalizing this budget on September the 8th at our next meeting?
Correct.
Because the effective date is October 1st, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. And so does any of the board have any further comments or questions before we move on to the next item? Hearing none, we will move on to item 14B, which is consideration of the second amendment to the purchase and development agreement with Ocean Breeze East Apartments LLC for the Ocean Breeze East project.
Yes, good evening, board chair and board members. Twee Shut for the record. This item was requested from the board for staff to look into the development agreement with Ocean Breeze East Apartments for the build out of the extras or the flex space. It's approximately 2,300 square feet within the building that's located at the southeast corner of 7th Avenue and Seacrest Boulevard. This in the agreement is supposed to be a flex space for the neighborhood officer program, office and community space. Staff has researched and looked at both the First Amendment and the original agreement that there is no obligation for Ocean Breeze East Apartments to deliver anything other than the shell. So the financial responsibility will fall on the CRA to build out the project. We've also coordinated with the Ocean Breeze East Apartment LLC group and their consultant to see the cost and the time it will take to build this out so that it can have the same quality as well as keep up with the time frame for the overall project. In attachment, I believe attachment 4, you will find the proposed work, the scope of work for finishing from Gallo Architects, who is the project architect, as well as an estimated timeline. We feel that if the board chooses to direct staff to do the amendment, that this can be coordinated with the building department to make sure the building permitting process can be expedited, and it'll probably take about 3 to 4 months, and we can try to finish as soon as possible or in line with the overall project. What this also means is that the Ocean Breeze East Apartments LLC will be hiring the same subcontractor, and Centennial Management is the GC for the project. So you'll maintain that same group or team, and it'll be consistent in terms of quality of the construction.
Could you pause for one moment?
Sure.
I'm not sure where that sound is coming from, but if somebody's scraping something, it could.
No.
I'm not sure where that's coming from.
Did it stop?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Twee, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So with that, staff's here for any questions. We have spoken to Ocean Breeze East Apartments LLC, and they are in agreement with the amended, the draft amendment. It's included as attachment 5. And if you would look at, if the board could look at attachment 1, I don't know if John, you could bring that up. It shows you the approximate location of the flex space and some and some pictures of the ongoing construction. So staff estimate that this will approximately be a not to exceed cost of $130,000, which includes design fees as well as permit fees, and the build out cost of $40 per square foot. And it also includes a 10% contingency. So upon board approval and review of this item, the board can choose to approve this on the first option down under the board action.
My only comment in regards to this item is that after reading the purchase and sale agreement, is that the flex space is allowed to the CRA, and I want to make sure that it is clear that after the CRA is dissolved in 20 years, that the flex space may be assigned to the city for the continued use of community policing.
Board Chair, anything that the CRA owns, Catherine Rossmell, Lewis Longman and Walker, at its termination will become the city's. We can certainly put in a clarification, but it's generally it will happen by operation of law.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of it, is that I want to make sure that, you know, if the CRA has the right to the space, if the CRA is gone, that that right passes through to the city.
Okay, if in the motion to discuss this, if you would just do it subject to legal approval with to implement that wording if necessary.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, it's Elizabeth and Lewis. We just need to make sure that as far as on our end, you know, with all of our lenders involved, if that's something that's feasible for us. So, you know,
have to be subject to the lender's approval.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where the purchase and sale agreement says it's to the CRA. We want to make sure that, based upon what our attorney said, that would automatically go to the city. We want to make sure that
for the use.
For the use, but I
yeah.
mean,
I'm not saying the building. I'm just saying the use of the building, so that the city can use it for the future.
Yeah, as far as the use is concerned, we don't have an issue with it. We need to make sure as far as our lender's concerned, but as far as the use is concerned, there's no issue.
They're going to put it in right.
We can make that change.
Yeah, no big deal.
Okay.
No big deal, but we just have to do it subject to it.
Good.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
I have a broader question about this as it relates to NOP. Is the intention of the NOP to use this as a secondary satellite site, or is it the intention to move from their current location in Federal and move here to Seacrest? Does anybody know what the big picture plan is? Or
so the aspect of it with I believe the direction from Chief Gregory is that the location on Federal at Ocean Palm Plaza is the city's community policing unit's headquarters, similar to the substation that they used to have over in Renaissance Commons. The neighborhood officer program through the CRA, this will be their location. And so currently the neighborhood officer program is being used by that space, and the CRA will have this space for the neighborhood officers, where the city, such as Sergeant Deal and Captain Deal, have that location for community policing.
all right, I think I understand what you've described here. So the first site on Federal is the broader community policing office, not necessarily. Okay.
All right. So may I have a motion subject to legal approval for the build out of the flex space?
Board Chair, if I may, Catherine Rossmell, Lewis Holmgren and Walker, as amended to clarify the city's right to occupy the space upon termination of CRA.
Thank you, Catherine. May I have that motion?
With those amendments, I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item C, discussion regarding prevailing wage, benefits, and apprenticeship policies for CRA procurement and request for proposals. I know that myself and board member Katz have had this discussion so that we have something in place for any sort of future developments that come through the CRA with either CRA land or CRA funding. And we have a lot of information to go through. So I kind of want to let board member Katz lead the discussion of what he feels would be best for the CRA.
And thank you, board chair. Give me 1 second, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first thing I'll say is that I've been just reaching out to some of the local trades unions with regards to their experience in West Palm Beach. And also I know a county commissioner in St. Lucie County who's heavily involved with the trades as an iron worker. And I'm awaiting some responses from them, some feedback based on their experiences in West Palm and north of Palm Beach County. So I'll give some thoughts of mine today, but my personal preference would be to not necessarily codify any particular policy yet, just at least for my own sake, to get a little more information and feedback from the people who are actually directly affected by this in practice. So with that being said, I want to, and I spoke to Executive Director Simon today, I want to try to strike a balance. Obviously, the goal is to make a policy that has enough teeth to compel people to do what we're trying to achieve, which is, at least for me, to utilize local apprenticeships and apprenticeship programs to staff their projects to keep the money in Palm Beach County. And also those programs, take local residents in, no charge, and train them up and get them certified and accredited for a lucrative career in the trades. So I want to strike a balance in whatever provisions we ultimately decide that, you should be doing this. You should be utilizing local apprentice work. That's at least my vision, and paying them prevailing wages. And if the goal is to be flexible and provide an out for this, an option for this, I think another option, it should be costly. I'm not opposed to providing options, but if, just like the Affordable and Workforce Housing Ordinance, if you really want to encourage people to take the path that achieves the intended goal, maybe the alternative, if they choose it, should be so costly that that's a tough decision, and they might well do what the intended purpose of the policy is. So in reviewing the backup prepared by legal, I think that the West Palm ordinance or their policy has a lot of teeth to it. I guess my question would be that, since we don't, to the best of my knowledge, we don't have a living wage, a local wage set in the city or a CRA, what type of language would be necessary to create a living wage or prevailing wage requirement absent, this is a question for legal, absent an existing living wage or prevailing wage level? Do we need to go into setting that, and how would we go about that?
Well, to your, Catherine Rossmell, Lewis Hongman Walker, to your point about not setting a policy today, this is the type of thing where that may carry over into the future. And for something like this to operate effectively out of the CRA, it's almost something that might work well to consider on an RFP by RFP basis. And so one of the things you could do is create the menu of options that you want to be considered every time you're looking at an RFP, and you can set wages, and you can tie it, the actual rate that you're looking at, to another jurisdiction that you find appropriate if you want it to do it that way. It's not, I would say this is not quite far baked enough to give you a 100% answer. It'll depend a little bit on what the council wants to look at, but it does not need to be a set policy. It could be a creation of, as we said before, a menu of items that could be directed specifically to each project on a project by project basis. And so we could draft that up for inclusion in RFPs, but it wouldn't need to be a formal part of your procurement policy. I'm not sure I answered your question.
I'm sorry, I had it on mute. Yes, yeah, you did.
Okay.
To the effect that I needed right now. Given the fact that, if I'm understanding the summary of West Palm, given the fact that they have a resolution by their city commission, is it possible to set a policy regarding a prevailing wage or a living wage on work, or does it, like you're saying, is it just something that you think might be easier to do on a case-by-case basis for a given RFP, or is it easier to set? Would it make more sense and be stronger if we set a living wage, and can we do that within the CRA for the sake of CRA funded, development incentives?
It's the board's discretion as to how you would like to move forward. You could take the option of, if setting the living wage were not, were a bit onerous, I mean, you could tie it to another prevailing wage ordinance, which I've seen done. You could set it. I think it truly, for the CRA, probably makes more sense to do it on an RFP by or bid by bid basis at this point, because the CRA projects kind of vary a little bit and are just operate slightly differently than a normal cities. The board could set one sort of by resolution. You don't really quite have a code of ordinances the way that a city does, but you could make it a permanent part of the CRA landscape if you want. Again, I do think in most cases you'll want to be able to look at it on a project by project basis, though. But that will be the board's call.
Thank you. So I guess at least at this stage of the discussion, the two qualifiers that I would like to see put in there in some way, shape, or form is a set prevailing wage, living wage, for us to determine, and then also a percentage, a minimum percentage requirement of work hours performed by local apprentices who are including, I don't know exact terminology, so I was waiting for some of the trades to get back to me, but apprentices, I just don't want that word to mean somebody who's being trained somewhere. I want the professional qualifications of an apprentice as defined by many of our local trades who run these programs to benefit members of our community, to give them a livelihood and a skill. So those, I'll leave it there, not to go into a long discussion, but I'd like to see a set wage determined by this board for CRA funded projects of a certain level, and then a set percentage of work hours, that's how I see it worded, or employees on a given job that are either in or have finished certifiable apprenticeship programs locally.
All right. Does anyone else?
Here.
Yes.
Yes, I just want to chime in and make sure I'm understanding
properly, because from what I remember, based on what board member Katz and also yourself, Chair, kind of seemed to be leaning on was creating something or creating a program that would ultimately kind of dictate the way we do business here in the CRA, and create a legacy that lasts long after we're gone. I think that's the little pushback that I would like to give based on what the board attorney mentioned in terms of, you know, trying to create something case by case or RFP by RFP. It makes it where it will ultimately change the character every time we go through a development process, or every time a different election cycle happens and we have different board members on here, that wouldn't necessarily have a contiguous nature to it. So I really would be of the opinion that whatever we create, it's something that can be a standard set from here forward. And even if it's over time, it can get more kind of get more teeth or get more stringent, then okay. But I would still like to try to put something that's enduring in the form of, even if it is a resolution, perhaps at the beginning, but then ultimately can be crafted into some type of ordinance, or a standard that we follow from here on out. I would be more in favor of doing something like that.
Chair.
Yes.
On that note, I'm in favor of moving in this direction as well, and and also making sure that it is enduring. On that note, I wonder, would this be better addressed at the city commission instead of a CRA? Because if it were by ordinance instead of by RFP, that would set a standard that would be more enduring. So that is one of the questions that I'm wondering. The other comment I'd like to make is I'm hearing the terms kind of used interchangeably, and I don't think that they actually are. There's minimum wage and the prevailing wage, which are not the exact same thing. And I'm not quite sure what living wage means in this context anymore. Is it a hybrid of the two? So if we could just clarify that in our discussion, I think that would really go a long way. I support the $15 per hour minimum wage, and also the prevailing wage. So the floor would be 15 and whatever the prevailing wage may be. And I'm ready to move on that, but I think that might be best served at the city.
Thank you for that, and having defined qualifications that you'd like to have. It is a discussion that we can have at the city. However, we're the same people, so it's better that we hash this out now, because the main difference is the CRA has funding to help the projects, and can, if you're saying you're having a $15 an hour minimum wage or living wage requirement, what does that do to the pro forma, the cost? Where the current minimum wage in Florida is $8.46. And so that's kind of where, looking at, we did not get the actual living wages. I think one of them had it for Broward County of the certain amounts of, $10.82 per hour as adjusted. And so, I mean, and so that's without health benefits, $9.50 with health benefits. And so that's something that I think is a little bit more reasonable, somewhere around the $10 mark, an extra $1.50 an hour, instead of the minimum wage. And that's kind of where I'd like to start off to see how that affects. St. Petersburg has the $14 per hour. In addition, for the apprenticeships, I do agree with board member Katz, is that we should have a certain percentage to be part of projects to be employed by apprentices, or as whatever we define as an apprentice. The other aspect of it is that, Michael, do you have the community benefits requirements that the Florida Housing Finance Corporation has when discussing affordable housing?
With regard to what they require of Centennial for a project funded by the Florida Housing, I don't have the specifics of that for this meeting, but I will have them. And I think the idea of getting input from both the trades that board member Katz mentioned, like so those actual apprenticeship programs, and input from perhaps a developer or two that has utilized these ordinances would be good for your continued discussion, you know, where you could pick this up and set this in place rather quickly for the, you know, the next RFP or certainly as we go into the fiscal year. Everyone's familiar with the Davis-Bacon requirements and those types of reporting requirements with regard to federal funding. And that is a pretty onerous task for those companies, and I think only certain companies are very experienced in working under Davis-Bacon and their certification for Davis-Bacon. But in this particular case, I think if you're establishing that rate, and you could do that on an annual basis at the beginning of the fiscal year, let's say, using an index or using the appropriate method that you could pick that for your projects during the year for your RFPs, or if there was a large capital project of over $1 million that we were doing, a roadway or a bridge or something, then you could also implement it on a project itself. Refer to Catherine on the procurement issue and how it affects our procurement policy, if it's a change in that, or if it's a change in our just the RFP structure itself. But I think as staff, we're willing to accommodate any requests that you make regarding this, and it seems reasonable once we have the right programs, you know, the right places to refer developers to, such as what Board Member Katz mentioned with these licensed and certified apprentice programs. Those are the ones we want. We don't want these guys creating their own on site. I don't think if that's something you would agree to, then they would have to be very specific on how they're going to do it and how we're going to monitor it. But
yeah,
I don't know
if I could
Lewis,
just
yes, go ahead, Catherine, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, this is Catherine. I just wanted to clarify what I said earlier in case I wasn't being clear. Just because it wouldn't be in a formal policy does not mean it couldn't be a permanent part of the CRA's RFP process. It's just that those things don't necessarily have to go hand in hand. That's all I meant. You could make it a part of the RFP process without adopting a formal procurement policy about it.
Chair?
Yes.
I have a legal question for Catherine. In one of the bullet points under the St. Petersburg note, it says here that the Associated Builders and Contractors sued the city of St. Petersburg for their apprenticeship program. And I was wondering if you had any additional insights from that, because I'm just curious if anything held up in court. So perhaps we could learn from whatever the outcomes were from that. And avoid whatever the pitfalls may be, assuming that held up.
I'm not prepared to speak to that right now, but we would absolutely be looking at that in the application of however this board moves forward, and looking at that case and those similar cases would be a part of the legal write-up on this.
All right, thank you.
Board Chair?
Yes.
I'm all for the whole concept. I think it's a great idea, but what I'm hearing and trying to catch up, I don't feel we need to move on this right now. I think Board Member Romulus said it fine, that this is something that's going to impact, you know, organizations and companies and developers. Once we're going off of this committee. And I just want the opportunity to get some of these questions that's been brought up answered. It's nothing that we have to rush on. I just feel that I need more opportunity to do my own research and ask some more in-depth questions for myself. I know you guys have had maybe this conversation before, but there's more to it than what I'm hearing, because a lot of questions have been asked that had no answers to it. So I would prefer to continue to gather information and not make a decision at this point.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. I think we really need to think about what it specifically we're looking for before we can move forward with any sort of resolution or requirement. And I think we can, with the cottage district discussion, we can create some aspects of that as well.
Right.
So I think what we're going to do is, Board Member Katz, if you could hopefully come back with a presentation or some information regarding the different unions programs available and how best to incorporate those into the development of the CRA.
Yes, Board Chair, I can do that, and I agree with everyone that for me it's not the video, because I really don't do the video to begin with, but I think that this is kind of a complex and serious enough issue that there's a lot of background that obviously we want to look into, and this format definitely hasn't lent itself to a comfortable setting, I guess, to try to move forward. But it's a serious enough topic that, as long as it takes to get the right information to make the best decision, and as Board Member Romulus said, and everyone seems to agree, to create an enduring product that should last, into the future, not just the duration of some of our time, is ideal. So I agree.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So we're just going to
a motion to table.
Yeah, let's have a motion to the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Discussion and consideration of terms for an RFP/RFQ for the CRA properties located Northeast 4th and Northeast 5th Avenue, aka the Cottage District.
Yes, good evening again, Board. Michael Simon, Executive Director of the CRA, for the record. This item is brought before you as a result of the receipt of several letters of interest that were submitted prior to the July 14th CRA board meeting. Those two LOIs and a third were discussed briefly after presentation by the submitters of the LOI at the July 14th meeting, and it was decided by the board to move forward with the process of creating an RFP or RFQ for the CR-owned properties located at Northeast 4th and 5th, known as the Cottage District. What you would ask us to do was to bring back a draft RFP that embodied and encompassed some of the particular requirements that you've discussed, some of which even this evening already, but the specifics that we would like to outline to the development community, and you'll see those bulleted on the cover, such as sales price, the type of housing, your site plan requirements that are also in the RFP. What are the developer responsibilities and financial commitments that you're looking for? What is that funding structure? What is their ability to and commitment to use local contractors and subcontractors that are located within Boynton Beach and Palm Beach County as a general as a whole? What is their marketing and community outreach plan? and their project schedule. One of the things that was discussed at the last meeting, I think quite extensively, was what is the type of a product that the board feels is best suited for this site. And as I mentioned last month and again tonight, the CRA plan as written now that discusses a ownership product of some kind and a non-rental of those ownership properties. So there'd even be a restriction on future owners of those properties being able to rent, so that it stays a homeowner occupied project. One of the LOIs introduced the concept of a senior housing, affordable senior housing. This would be the very low and low income range of senior affordable, and a home ownership component. And that really was the discussion that drove the board to push toward an RFP and to get insight from the CRA board as to what they might recommend, whether senior rental or single family ownership. And that was an assignment given to the CRAB, and we've provided you with their recommendation after their meeting last Thursday. And the predominant support and recommendation by the CRAB board to the CRA board was not to focus on rental of really any kind, but the home ownership aspect of the product for affordable and workforce housing. That could take the form of single family or townhouse or a mix. Obviously, a townhouse product gets more units, but they were not opposed to a mixed or single family, but the concentration being on and focus on home ownership. So we have the draft RFP for you this evening. If you have some time to review and discuss, but you would have the issuance of that document later this week with a response submittal date of September 23rd, and we're trying to do that to get onto the October board agenda. If we want to provide a longer response time, then it would push to the November agenda for the board's review. But if you have any questions, or if you want me to go over anything in greater detail, I'm happy to do that.
Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
So my first thought is that, and this is, I think this will be for all things moving forward from my standpoint, is that if the CRA is going to support some sort of development, I want to make sure that whatever funding we provide, whatever assistance we provide, actually goes to lowering the prices for the end user, that being the homeowner. I don't want to support a project and it doesn't actually lower the price of the home. So that just makes no sense to me. And for us to be able to get there, we really need enhanced transparency, financial transparency, to make sure that the funding that we're giving actually goes to, easing that for the homeowner. So my question is for staff. Since you drafted this RFP, could you speak to any provisions, if any, that speaks to what kind of reporting, financial reporting that they're required to provide?
Yes, Vice Chair. If John could bring up, let's see, it's attachment 4, which is the actual document itself, the RFP document, and on page, let's see, really starts at page 5, and we've written in a discussion of incentives. While not being specific, we've listed in section 7 here some of the things that the CRA can provide or would consider providing, all other things being considered. The support of infrastructure improvements and enhancement of homeownership opportunities, not limited to second mortgages or any type of permanent assistance. And then if you go down to page 6, section 10, we list the requirements for the proposed project, and these go back to our previous RFPs where we've decided as an ownership group that we want, obviously all of the street lights and pedestrian enhancements around the perimeter of the project, on-street parking where feasible. We would like to have street trees and site trees that exceed the city's minimum requirement of size. The green space at the corner of or the northeast portion of the project at First and Northeast 5th Avenue. We've been very specific on the inclusion of workforce housing units, and that, I think, Vice Chair, will drive some of the planning of this project toward a developer being able to accommodate the sales pricing of that income range, and by doing so, they're going to have to demonstrate to you that how they're going to make that affordable just by virtue of the sales price maximums that those area median incomes will require. You can't exceed what that area median income could afford, right? So that automatically is going to drive that pricing into that range. But on further down in section 12, we have included, amongst other things that are very typical for our RFPs, we have asked for in item G and H, I, these three particularly, and J, we are looking for the developers to provide very detailed project performance, both pre-development, during construction, and sales periods on how this project is going to be put together in a way that shows you very clearly the funding sources that are being used to construct the project and develop the project, and any funding that they're requesting from the CRA and any equity that they're putting in as a developer.
Fantastic.
It's going to be very clear. So could there be more additional specifics added? You could really have to think, I think, long and hard about what those would be for this stage. I think typically this information and some of the added language we've put in this particular release will get us even more than in past. And I think during the review and the presentation and post-presentation into selection is where I think you get into even a greater detail of information. But we want to be able to select those responses on an even plane with all having to provide the same information as clearly and concise as we're asking for it, so that the public and the board and the staff have a very easy time recognizing what funds are coming from where, how they're being expended, what the developer's profit and development fees are, what those sales costs are, how they're going to target the income eligibility that we have prescribed in the RFP. I think to give you an answer that took longer, I think that the document does provide you with the type of detail that you're going to want from the developer.
That's good. Well, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
My concern here is that, we give X millions of dollars to push the project over to completion. They complete it, but the products are still expensive. And then they come back and ask for us to pay out more to lower that cost down. So that is not a situation I want to land us down in the future. But that ultimately requires some transparency in their end, so we can keep track of that. But you answered my question, so thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
So under section 12, I believe section 10, requirements for the proposed project. I don't see the need for on-street parking spaces, especially for this type of residential of single-family home and townhouses. So I'd like to take that requirement out because I don't think it is feasible. And then the other aspect of it is the creation of a neighborhood green space with landscape, hardscape, and accent lighting features designed in the project site plan located at the east portion of the site along Northeast 1st Street. I believe in 2018 we had a pocket park and that's kind of what I'd like to keep. My history of the neighborhood. I've walked on Northeast First Street hundreds of times with Daisy, and there's so many children along that need to have that park there, because especially with the Ocean Breeze East coming in, I think it's going to be a gathering space for the community, because Ocean Breeze East is gated. So I want to put those two things in there. I want to have a mixture of the single family homes and townhomes so that it maximizes the use of the property to get, the 30 plus residential units there. And as the vice chair mentioned, if we're trying to make the cheapest products available to the public, the CRA could hire a contractor and build the houses themselves. The point of reaching out to the development team is that, the added equity that they're putting in as a developer contractor is what we're trying to do, so that we're not paying developer fees for someone to hire a contractor. I think that is important, that we're not paying developer fees for this project, because if the CRA wanted to pay developer fees, they could be the developer themselves and hire,
Exactly.
put a request for proposal for contractors to build. We do the design and we'll do the layout. So I think those are the amendments that I have to the RFP. Of we don't need on-street parking for the single family or the townhouses, and that it be listed as a pocket park, not necessarily green space. And do I have anything else from any of the board members?
Chair,
Yes.
just a question to the on-street parking requirement. And maybe this is a question for Mike. Is it necessary that we remove that or take that out? Like, can we perhaps just let the developers let us know whether or not they feel like this is a feasible thing? Why are we taking it out?
Well, thank you, board member. We put this in on this project and others kind of as an urban redevelopment project. We know that space is tight and guest spaces, driveways are limited. So by getting some on-street parking, it provides obviously one, extra parking for entrance into the front perhaps, or guests that are coming or what have you. Also, by having some on-street parking as a 50-foot right of way in those areas, by narrowing the percent, it does slow traffic. Where feasible, would obviously, I think, lend enough flexibility to the developer that where they can fit it, even if it's a couple spaces on each side of the project or only on east first. I think in general, the urban redevelopment mindset is to try to get on-street parking, attractive on-street parking in the development if you can do it. If the developers come back and say that there is no feasible way to do it, then I think that's your answer. But I just know from previous discussions that this is a hard site to park for residences and provide some places inside that development for, guest parking, because it's really not an apartment complex like you'd have guest parking. So you trying to make it look a little bit more on the urban side, but we can write it any way you'd like.
I felt the same way, and I understood that need, which is why I was in favor of keeping the on-street parking requirement, or at least just making it perhaps flexible, where if the developer feels it's feasible to include it in their development design to have it there, rather than just not putting it at all. And them feeling like they don't have to accommodate for that, because I do know that this is a relative tight space, and having that on-street parking could be just one more amenity that kind of helps the residents and the future HOA that will be being designed to kind of help maybe prevent people from having to do side parking in the community, or having to kind of T park, if that makes sense, like where one
Yes.
person parks vertically and the other person parks horizontally, just to kind of fit in, just to keep better aesthetics in terms of the community that's going to be built, so people aren't parking on the grass perhaps because they need extra parking. So I would say any opportunity to create or have parking within the development is a plus for me.
Yeah, hi, this is Louis Sweezy.
Yeah. I didn't know we were opening it to public comments, but
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you ready?
no, that's all right. I'm gonna go allow people to ask questions or raise their hands. But yeah, Mr. Sweezy, would you like to continue?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea what you're doing. The neighborhood does need new growth to it, and I think if I can make a suggestion, in most of the applications we put in different counties and different cities in the state of Florida and other places, they put high points towards financial capabilities to proceed. In other words, they want to see they get points for firm commitment from a lender, and they make sure that the person has an adequate track record to get it done. So if I can make a recommendation to the city so that they don't get strung along by a weak developer, that if they could put these kind of like scoring system into account, previous experience, design of the project. If the city they rate the site and how they like it and the plans, and then the financial feasibility. So if you get multiple proposals in, they'll have a set scoring schedule for them. And that's all I have to say. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you. Okay. And so the conversation now leads to, not necessarily whether there's on-street parking or whether it's feasible or not, is that do we also want to require, what's it called? Developer requirements of, funding available and equity bringing into the project.
Mayor, Chair, excuse me. I would completely support that. I think the last thing we want to see is somebody, we enter into some sort of agreement with somebody and their financing wasn't as strong as we thought. And so I would definitely support that. On a side note, I did want to let you know that a resident, Susan Oyer, has reached out. She said that the option to comment is not available. So just FYI.
No, it just was open, and so I'll ask the board if we want to open up to public comments now.
Yes, I would.
Okay. Ms. Oyer, I'm going to unmute you. And I would say you're self-muted if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Susan Ware, 140 Southeast 27th Way. First of all, I wasn't sure if you guys are aware there's a lot of noise in the background when you guys are talking, so I just thought I would let you know. I had a couple of thoughts, of course, since my family's properties, have been on this block since 1926, and it will continue to stay there. So you're building around us. But I would suggest you put in reverter clauses so we don't have a situation like Town Square happening in the Cottage District. I would also, once again, ask that you all look at height and style compatibility with what's in that area, what has always been in that area. So you want it to be beautiful. And maybe when you're making the RFP, you are asking for that specifically, give us a cottage look and make it height and style compatible. Don't make every single thing the same color. Have some variety in colors and some different styles, just because that will give a more organic look. And organic's going to be my word of the night, as I, every time a project comes up, you know, I think we're all more visually attracted to the curvier roads that give it a more organic build over time kind of look. And I would suggest that maybe you want to think about that. Don't make it look just like the quote unquote, the projects. Make it look like it's a beautiful neighborhood that has always been there. And I would also throw in that you all might want to look, since you're looking at workforce housing, HUD has a program for teachers and nurses where they can get a house and they pay half the price of the house, and you have to live there X amount of years. I want to say it's 5 or 10 years, and then HUD covers half the cost of the house. But they don't have any homes in South Florida at all for this program. Maybe that's something that you all could do to encourage, you know, educated teachers and nurses and maybe firemen, policemen, whatever, to come in, is offer this second mortgage and, you know, take it back after 5 or 10 years, whatever time you feel is appropriate. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And I do not see any more hands up. There was one, but it went down. All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, and I saw that someone had their hand up, but it went down, so, oh, no, there it is. So Tom Devlin, you're gonna be unmuted. It's currently saying that you're self-muted.
Yeah, so I think this is Tom Devlin, member of the advisory board. We had a discussion on the item last Thursday, and it was predominantly the thought of the advisory board that the developer bring some skin to the game. So we were very interested in seeing how much funding they were bringing, what their interest was in the project as well.
Couldn't agree more.
All right.
Okay, so
Thank you, Tom.
Alrighty.
Okay. And so is there any other comments from the board?
Board Chair?
Yes.
One of the other comments that Mr. Devlin reminded me that was discussed by the CRA board was the idea of requiring the respondents to propose some type of community benefit or close area benefit, halo effect type benefit toward the houses or upon the houses that front this project. So the houses opposite the street on Northeast 4th Avenue, Northeast 5th Avenue, and 1st, that there be some type of program devised that would, by the time the project is complete or as the project's being complete, it would offer something like exterior painting to those that would like it, or some type of minor exterior improvements to continue to increase their value, as well as the look and feel of the neighborhood. You'll know and remember that Habitat does this on their infill projects. They do call it the Halo project, where they effectively walk around to the houses that are adjacent to their infill single family homes that they build, and try to find aspects of those homes that they can also add value to or increase the curb appeal for those. They might be an elderly person, might be a veteran, it might just be a single mother that lives in the house across the street or what have you. And there is, I think, a positive effect on both the project itself and the neighbors that surround the project. So I thought that was an interesting idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, could I ask a question about that? I'd just like to get a little bit more specific so I understand what Director Simon just said. Are you referring to the properties across the street, or like the 3 remaining properties that are still privately owned?
Yes, Vice Chair, I would suggest that we recommend that it be the properties, the remaining properties within the project area. So you're right, the two on southeast or northeast fourth that are not at this point, or three, not in this point encompassed in the project. You'll also remember that the developer certainly has the right and discretion to attempt to purchase those individual houses to incorporate them in the project if they so desire. But these would be for the owner-occupied units that are directly across the street or within the boundary area of the cottage district. And you could add language that gives flexibility to the contractor to not force a certain dollar amount to be spent or a certain number of homes, but that there's some type of minimum attempt to, or not minimum attempt, but have them come up with an idea and a way that they can accomplish that goal and affect that change and be judged or be monitored on that in their way that they propose. I think I think we'd get more compliance if the developer themselves come up with the way they're going to effectively benefit that community, as opposed to telling them how to do it. Then when they tell us this is what I'll do, we know that this is something that they think they can do, their chances of success are better, and it's much easier to monitor and compare between developers. And it's not going to be the deciding factor, but that's up to you if you want to create that type of requirement. It's certainly not necessarily new to these types of RSPs, but it would be new to this particular cottage district RFP, a new concept.
Thank you for that.
And we could partner with them as well to help that out.
So let's make it an easy question first. So does the board want to move forward with an RFP to be issued?
In general, yes.
Okay, and I'll wait to hear from the other board members. I'm also in favor of this. I'll wait for a third.
Yeah.
Yes, so am I.
Okay. I'm glad we're all on the same page here and we're speaking. So the next thing is that we've had certain discussions regarding on-street parking, pocket park, developer requirements, and so and if there's anything I'm missing out, please let me know, and that way we'll have a quick consensus of what we want in it or out of the RFP, and and do we want to approve it as we stated here, or do we want to view it one more time? The next thing that goes into is the timeline associated with the RFP, because that is also very important. And I don't know if...
For clarification, Chair, what do we say about the green space? Will we plan on removing that?
I wanted to be a pocket park.
Okay.
Because I don't know if I'm sure you're familiar with that area.
Yes.
The northeast, south of the canal or south of Martin Luther King does not have a playground available for the kids to play.
Right.
On the other side, you have Galaxy, you have Sarah Sims, Carolyn Sims, Ezel Hester, and so speaking with or just knowing the families there, crossing Boynton Beach Boulevard, crossing Seacrest, crossing Federal, young children should not be doing without parent guidance.
Exactly.
And that's kind of where I'm at, is that, I understand we may be losing a house to put in the pocket park, but the added benefit to the community, I think, is greatly wanted and needed.
I would agree with that.
Same. Chair, would it be too soon to specify who maintains this pocket park? This is a HOA pocket park, or would this be a city pocket park?
I would believe it would be a city pocket park with a maintenance agreement with the HOA, just in the fact of the liability issued if something happens, that the HOA does not have to pay for that, kind of what similar to the
Understood.
dog park, that
Understood.
the city can create a minimum standard.
And I'm in favor of that model.
I agree. Thank you.
There's this
And,
mention here of increased tree calipers. Is this to
Yes.
mean shade trees? Is that the intention there?
Yes, Vice Chair. The intention is to require the developer to exceed the city's minimum, so that we're getting an older tree, a more established tree, a larger size tree than even if the minimum was a good minimum for the city, we'd like them to exceed that. So if the diameter of the tree is required at a certain level of tree and a certain category is required to be 8 inches in diameter, then we would like them to exceed that and be at the 10 or 12 inch, which we accept is going to be probably a larger cost, but a bigger impact to the community on the positive side of the larger tree. So they grow in faster, appears more well-established community as opposed to something that was just built, let's say. It's not a whole lot. It's not an onerous problem. We haven't had anyone object to that in our previous responses.
And Chair, my final comment will be just that, I am in favor of some of this, where is it here? The exterior improvements to the surrounding properties. But I like what Director Simon said, that we should leave it up to them so they can be creative with it. There's only three properties there, so I don't think that'll be onerous on the developer at all. And if it's just paint to kind of make things look more in place, I think that's a good thing, and everybody benefits from that. So that's something I'm in favor of adding. I don't know if the rest are, but that's where I am.
No, I'm in favor of adding specifically the sidewalk aspect of it, is that you don't want to have the sidewalk end where the properties that are privately owned. And so
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? You don't want the sidewalks?
sorry about that. So I kind of want the developer to work with the property owners, the city or the CRA, so that we can have a continuous sidewalk surrounding that block.
Oh, sure.
I know,
Absolutely.
because on Northeast 4th Avenue, there is no sidewalk. And the property owners there, I'd like for the developer to be required to pay for that sidewalk.
I'm
Right.
on board with that.
I'm on board with that.
And then I think the other comment that I have is the tentative schedule. I kind of want it to delay it 1 month.
Okay.
In as much as that August is normally a vacation month, and that we should allow any sort of the developers the full month of September to plan, and that is pushing it back a month. But I think that a lot can change with COVID, a lot could change with financing, a lot can change with the economy, and because we're in such a state of uncertainty, and we're requiring financial backing, we want to be sure that they have that financial backing when they submit.
Very good.
And I don't think the current deadline is enough time.
That's sensible.
We can accommodate that if it's agreed.
That's agreed upon.
Okay, thank you. And so, Michael, do you kind of want to give us a recap of the things that we wanted to add or subtract from the proposed RFP?
Yes, sir. Board, what we've decided is to leave the flexibility and feasibility of on-street parking in the document as it stands. We're going to change the definition of green space or the description of the green space to pocket park and add language that lets the developer know it will be constructed by them and maintained through their, or at least in principle, maintained through the HOA, but it would be a city park, a city-owned park. We're going to add just a little more financial commitment language. I think what we have in here is good, but instead of capacity, I think I'd like the language commitment. We're going to add language that discusses the developer's responsibility to create a program that affects the neighboring properties adjacent to the project, the owner occupied, and not necessarily the rentals, but the owner occupied. And we're going to extend the timeline. The sidewalk item that was mentioned is in the agreement now. We require the perimeter sidewalks to extend all the way around the project site. So that's in there. Have I missed anything?
No, I think that's it. And you did mention the developers working with the surrounding homeowners.
Yes.
Whether
Yes,
it be
right.
enhanced landscaping. And, you know, if that's something that the CRA needs to help fund, I think we should say that that's something that the CRA is willing to do because of the funding we currently have in place. And yeah, and that's part of the RFP, the current budget, you know, the amount that we have
Okay.
for the cottage district, to say that, you know, this
It's a good
is the
idea.
amount of funding because we're not going to be able to use a TURFA agreement because these are individual home-owned projects.
Would you like to have this document brought back, or are you comfortable with staff and legal adding this language?
I'm comfortable, subject to legal's final review, to move forward with it as the proposed August 17th, I believe. Just with the tentative request for information deadline, you know, whatever that.
We'll push. Yes, sir.
Just
So
push it
instead
back
of the
a month. So
October meeting, it'll be on the November. All of the timeline will stretch to the November meeting.
So yeah, so it's October 8th. So it's the Thursday of the information deadline, or request for information deadline. So that way you can get it to them on the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And then the fourth Friday, the 23rd, is the deadline to submit.
Yes, sir.
Or do we want it to actually be the 30th because there's 5 Fridays in October, and there's that full week?
Yeah, given until the 30th.
September 23rd. That's a Wednesday.
Okay,
So
great.
yeah, October 23rd, I think, would work, which is the Friday, and it gives the CRA board a full week to digest, but to put things in front of the CRAB board in their agenda.
Perhaps this is a good time to ask, is the board's direction, rather than after the responses come in, is the board direction to have the results and the submissions of the RFP go to the CRAB board the meeting before it goes to the CRA board, because we'll add that into the timeline as well? Or do you want to see it first and then send it to the CRAB?
No,
Either way is fine.
The current policy says that the CRAB board was supposed to see it on October 1st. So they'll see it on November 5th.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we will see it on the 10th.
Great.
You know, it's just the difference, the way that, you know, it was from the 1st to the 13th instead of from the 5th to the 10th. That way, any recommendations that they have, because we're not necessarily having staff provide a score sheet of the projects, but if this CRAB board wants, I think we can give the CRAB board ability to have a ranking based upon the certain issues of, you know, the
Yes, sir.
funding and all the different requirements in the RFP.
Yes, sir. Staff will create a spreadsheet that'll cover all of the requirements and whether they've been met, and then a description similar to what we've done in the past. So it won't provide a scoring, but it'll provide a summary of the elements that were required and how they were responded to for each proponent or proposal.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
And so if there's no further discussion, we'll see if anyone has their hand raised. And any other comments from the board before we move forward with the motion? Hearing none, may I have that motion to approve the RFP as stated by the executive director, subject to legal's approval.
So move.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. All right. Moving forward to item 14E, discussion of a lease to the City of Boynton Beach for the CRA-owned property located at 209 North Seacrest Boulevard.
Yes, Board. Michael Simon, again, Executive Director. This item is being brought to you kind of preemptively to get the board's approval to work with the city if you desire to allow the city to remain as a tenant in the 209 North Seacrest Boulevard building. We are scheduled to close on that property on October 31st. The city is currently occupying that space for their internal affairs department and a little bit of town square contractor meetings and what have you. They would like to continue to stay in that building until other accommodations can be made. And we want direction as to your agreement to enter into a lease, and we'll move forward with the document and bringing it back to you and to the City Commission for their approval as well. We'll model it after the, with your approval, we'll model it after the 115 temporary library site where we provide the city with a minimal rent, unless, again, you change your mind on that, and they be responsible in turn for all of the maintenance and the insurances and what have you with regard to the property, as long as they're a tenant.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I do want to know, from my knowledge, what was the rent payment that the city paid to the previous owner?
Sorry. The previous owner, upwards of $5,000 a month. I have the lease agreement. Let's see. The lease with the city. Excuse me. The rent, I'm sorry, I stand corrected for the record. The rent that they are providing to the current owner is $7,850 per month, or $94,200 per year.
Okay. No.
Motion to move forward with the.
Second.
Is there any further discussion from the board? Hearing none. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. Consideration of a first amendment to the standard contract agreement with Granicus LLC for the website design, build, and maintenance services. Michael, based upon our conversation, this is just a 5 monthly payment of the amount to coincide with the work.
Correct. We are amending the intention of the agreement from the CRA perspective, and discussion with them was that we would be paying in installments as opposed to one lump sum on their payment schedule, and they've agreed to that. We just are bringing this forward to you because of the fact that it's an agreement, a contract. The board has to make any amendments and approve any amendments. And we've worked with legal on the language that needs to be corrected within their standard form.
Perfect.
It's really just
May I have a
changing one
motion?
payment to 5.
All right, may I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Motion to approve. Second.
Thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Item 14G, land banking along Boynton Beach Boulevard corridor.
Yes, board. Again, Michael Simon for the record. This item was introduced by a board member to discuss future acquisitions and focused acquisitions, if so desired, along the East Boynton Beach Boulevard corridor from I-95 to Federal Highway. I believe the topic of discussion would be amongst the board members if this is a priority area and how to address that energy or that focus. Just so you all know and the public knows that we do currently have under contract 2 commercial properties on East Boynton Beach Boulevard, and that's the 401, 411 East Boynton Beach Boulevard property and the 217 North Seacrest, which is the post office at the corner of East Boynton Beach Boulevard and North Seacrest Boulevard. I've attached the existing properties through CoStar and the MLS listing service of what's available in the corridor. Currently, there's 4 properties that are listed for sale, and there's also a map attached with that. And we're just looking for board direction on if it's a,
I think, the assignment to the CRA board, if they want to start with these properties, and we'll have a discussion about that later for them to make recommendations. Unless, and does, thank you. Does any of the, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I just wanted to say that I think this is a priority area, or at least it should be a priority area. There are some, let's just say, unsightly properties, and we should be acquiring it for redevelopment. So, yes.
Board Chair?
Yes.
I would agree with that. Since we're going to invest funding in beautifying east of I-95 to US 1, it would behoove us to, do some land banking of properties along that corridor. I notice when I go into other cities now, when you get off I-95, they're really making that very attractive because it represents an immediate impression of your city as you get off I-95 and you come east. So I would love to see us make that a priority.
All right, excellent.
Chair, I'd just like to ask staff to look into other properties along this section. I'm pretty sure that there are more. I could be wrong, but I've seen some really, I don't even know what to call it, some just hideous properties along this section that really should be redeveloped. And I don't see it on this list, but there's some other troubling spots.
Yes, sir. We'll provide that to the CRAB. If they're for sale by owner or some other method, then we'll make sure. I'm going to provide this list to get your conversation started. So that's fabulous. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
And then moving on to the item that I put on regarding the Palm Beach County Housing Authority. At last meeting, they told us that they were getting an update in July, and they're middle of July, and that they were going to inform the CRA about the properties. And I'd like to direct legal to form a letter citing our letter from last year to the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development and the Director of the Southeast region, stating our desire to work with HUD to get development on these projects, and citing how many years or decades these properties have been vacant and something has not done. In addition, I'd also reach out to Governor DeSantis, who is the one that appoints people to the board on the Palm Beach County Housing Authority.
We can certainly draft something up to bring back.
So we need consensus, I believe.
I feel, Board Chair,
Yeah.
I just feel that, to them, it may not be such a hot button priority, but to us it is, because of what you just stated. It's been sitting there for so long, and it's an eyesore. You have to keep picking up trash. So I certainly agree with what you just stated, that we should move forward and the best way that we can to get some action started.
And yes, the point of this letter is not to be adversarial. The point of this letter is to be informative.
Exactly.
And so do we have a third on the board that would like to move forward with requesting legal to draft a letter of the CRA's desire to develop these properties?
Yes.
I will be the third. Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Fourth.
And I do see that Tom Devlin's hand is raised. I don't know if that's still from before, so I'm gonna unmute him. And Tom, do you have a statement based upon this?
Yeah, it was for the item before. So
regarding
the properties on the corridor and the priority.
Yeah.
So we had a discussion about this last week, and priority is one thing, but without anything in the budget for acquisition, reviewing them and putting them in a priority, we can do that. But if it can't be acted on, it's not necessarily a futile exercise, because I went and I looked, and I saw what's there and what could be done. But if there's no money in the budget to acquire any of it, how far can it go?
The aspect of it is that it's putting money in for future years.
Right, but if
because
somebody's gonna buy it this year and develop it, it'd be tough to be able to purchase it in 2 years.
Well, the aspect of it is in that I've seen is that these properties have been listed for multiple years, and so we'll discuss that for the CRA advisory board subject.
Yeah.
But thank you for the comments.
If you could provide guidance, that'd be great.
All right. All right. And so thank you for the board for having the legal draft the letter that we should be able to review at next meeting. Next, we will now move into new business, discussion and consideration of a letter of intent for Motion Avenue Residence and Shops LLC for the CRA owned property located at 115 North Federal Highway. I believe the CRA the CRA board has had its ability to review this presentation before, and I'd like to make my comments first, in the sense that I'm happy that we have developer interest into the 115 North Federal property. My concern is that there's no reaching out to the different property owners. The conversation is that this, giving them the property to the private developer, it will be the catalyst to have the other private property owners be part of the project. And for me, with this type of project, I'd like to give directions to our executive director to formally reach out to the surrounding property owners so that we have a presentation of what exactly the surrounding properties want or need. And that way, if if they're able to purchase or the requirements that they have to be a part of this project, we can put that in as requirements with the land. And so I'll ask any board members if they have any comments before we hear the presentation.
I will wait after the presentation.
Okay.
I think they're on today.
I believe so. And so I got Bradley Miller. I'm going to unmute. And it's currently yourself muted.
Good evening.
Good evening. Is there anyone else that I should unmute?
We are all here together.
Okay.
Been listening in. Thank you for having us. My name's Bradley Miller with Urban Design Studio, 508 East Boynton Beach Boulevard. And along with me here are Bill Morris, Sonny Van Arnhem, and Max Van Arnhem, who are the principals of Ocean Avenue Residence and Shops LLC, who has prepared and submitted the letter of interest on this property at 115 North Federal, which is the property that is where the former library was, and that block on the north side of Hurricane Alley, as well as the parking lot on the north side of Northeast First Avenue. So we do have a presentation. Thank you, John, for bringing that up. Also here with us is Juan Caicedo. Juan is an architect who is very experienced in mixed-use type of developments. His office is out of Boca Raton. Some of you may remember Juan from the Villages of East Ocean. He was the architect for that project, so also familiar with Boynton Beach. So what I'd like to do here is just kind of give you a little briefing on what the project entails, have Juan talk briefly about some of the architecture and the excitement of the project that we think is just a dynamic component here of Boynton Beach. And then Bill and the other guys will jump in at the end and go through their letter of intent. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So the property that we're discussing is as it's shown there on the slide, is between Federal and Northeast 4th Street. And then it is split by Northeast First Avenue through the middle on the north and the south sides. It's a mixed-use project that's right now our conceptual plan has 229 residential units, 18,000 square feet of commercial space that can range from restaurants to retail to office to coffee shops. That's kind of a open-ended opportunity for that space. And it really surrounds or fronts on all four sides, especially the southern part, on First Avenue, as well as along the alleyway to the south of the project between Dewey Park and Hurricane Alley. We feel like that's an opportunity that can be improved and would be part of our development program to improve the alley and create that to be much more of a pedestrian connection between Federal and the FEC property, which is the green space on the left-hand side of the slide, which is the FEC property that the Van Arnhems have a relationship with the FEC already in Del Rey. And we're looking to take that opportunity and make improvements to that property as well. All of us here in Boynton Beach, I know I get to see it with my office just to the north of here, it never seems to be maintained, and we'd like to improve that immensely and turn that into more of an amenity that can be used for everyone in the area in the short term while the project's going. Northeast First Avenue is a connection from Federal over to where the rail station, I'm going to say, will happen. The optimist that I am, I do believe it will happen. It's a matter of when to come to that location at the FEC, and First Avenue will be that connection. The development program that we have in mind there is actually to keep that roadway, but take over the maintenance of it and improve it with a more of a paver block, pedestrian, more friendly situation, on-street parking. There would be some murals, and we'll show you here in a moment what that view is going to be. The northern part of the project is the residential component. Within both buildings, there'd be a combined 544 parking spaces that would serve not only the project, but you'll hear from Mr. Morris about the concept for the letter of intent to provide the public parking that's needed for the area. We think that there's a dynamic opportunity for tying in Dewey Park and engaging Dewey Park, which is along Ocean Avenue there at the bottom, and creating that environment and really enticing that environment. Part of the offer here would be to take over the maintenance responsibility of Dewey Park, which is something that Mr. Morris has experience with his project that he did in Del Rey called Worthing Place that I'll let him speak about. We do have 37 pages of PowerPoint presentation that we're not going to show you all of them. We know everybody needs to get home, but it is part of the package that's before you. And we hope that you take the opportunity to look through it all. And if we need to refer to any of that in your questioning, we'll be happy to do so. So let me introduce Juan Caicedo from RLC Architects. And if we can go to the next slide, he can give you a quick highlight of some of the architectural components of the proposed project.
You could stay in the same slide if you want to. This is Juan Caicedo, 14 Southeast 4th Street, Boca Raton, Florida. Thank you for listening to us on this presentation. What we have is a fully integrated mid-rise mixed-use development that actually it's basically composed by two different buildings. The building on the north side of Northeast First Avenue contains active uses at the ground floor and an array of multiple unit types, residential unit types, from studio units all the way to 3-bedroom units, all integrated into that building. On the south building, on the south component of the project, we have the parking garage supporting the project for parking needs, and it's fully lined with retail active uses, commercial spaces that could be used for cafes, could be used for gyms, could be used for any type of commercial activity. The point was to try to make the frontages of these buildings all active on the streets to make it a pedestrian-friendly environment. We are actually improving, like Bradley said, the alleyway on the south side of the garage, and obviously the section of the street of Northeast First Avenue with parallel parking spaces, sidewalks, and landscaping. Now you can go into the next slide so we can see an image of what that Northeast First Avenue will look like. So this is a view actually looking from the east to the west. As you can see at the far end of the view, you can see the train passing by. On the right side of this image, you see the main tower that has some of the commercial uses at the ground floor, active uses, and the residential above. On the left side, again, commercial uses at the ground floor with the sidewalks and the parallel parking spaces, and the garage above that. On top of this garage, actually, you can go into the next slide, please. On top of this garage, this is actually the south view. This is the view on the southwest view of the garage. You can see that there are two levels of residential units above that as well. So not only we have active uses lining the garage at the ground floor to make it a really dynamic pedestrian environment. But also we have the units on top, and we're screening the rest of the garage so that it doesn't appear so much as a garage structure. Next view. This is actually the liner, the residential liner component that it's on the east side of the garage structure. So from Federal Highway, what you see there is a view of Federal Highway US 1 with, again, active uses at the ground floor and residential loft style type of units on the upper floors, completely lining the garage from view.
And then that alleyway.
And then you can see the alleyway, or a glimpse of the alleyway on the left side of that image. Next slide, please. This is a view of the internal courtyard on the north tower. You can see actually this is going to have one of the pools of the development, as we have one pool proposed for the ground floor here and another one proposed on top of the garage as an amenity deck. One thing that I forgot to mention in the first slide that you saw on Northeast First Avenue, this building actually bridges on top of Northeast First Avenue, forming a gateway into the main spine of the project, which becomes that street with parallel parking spaces and sidewalks on both sides of the street. And with that, I'm going to leave it to Bill Morris to talk about the project specifics.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bill Morris, 777 East Atlantic Avenue, Delray Beach. First of all, I'm thrilled to be here. My partners and I have spent, along with certainly the help of Bradley and Juan and his firm, and many months, looking at this property and trying to figure out the best way that we could try to put together what we hope would be a very meaningful project and what I believe, frankly, is the core area of downtown. I do have some history with the downtown area. I had represented Mr. Camelier along with Bonnie Miskell in the regulatory and planning of the Ocean One project. I personally am extremely disappointed that project is not in some vertical fashion right now, as I certainly had hoped it would be. I do, by the way, and I'll mention this at the end, I do think that this project, if we're allowed to go forward and try to materialize it, will be a positive catalyst to hopefully Mr. Camelier moving forward, either developing the project through his own means or through a third party, as well as also Mr. Delmeda to the west of us too. Basically, and if we could go to slide number 8, which is 2 slides advanced from this, if we could get there. Okay, the basic concept, and this is very similar to a project that I was fortunate enough to be involved in from start to finish as the sole borrower and developer of a project in Delray Beach at 2nd and Atlantic called Worthing Place. Almost exactly the same size as what we're proposing in terms of the retail, in terms of the rental units, in terms of the garage component, although there, in that case, there were 2 separate garage components, one a public and one a private component. But what we wound up doing there, and what we would ask here, is that we were providing an unsolicited bid on behalf of Ocean Avenue residences and shops as the buyer developer to acquire the property 115 North Federal and develop immediately, or as soon as we possibly can, what we hope to be a world-class urban mixed-use project for that downtown area here in Boynton Beach, which we think is so incredibly important, especially on the west side too of a federal highway. We're proposing as a purchase price, and this is consistent with what we were obligated to do for the Worthing Place project. we're suggesting that whatever the appraised value is of the 115 parcel, and I've used the example of $3 million. I'm not really sure if that's a correct number or not, but it's probably somewhere in that range, that we would work out in a business arrangement with the CRA that we would estimate the cost to build one parking space in the garage. And I believe, based on certainly my work with Mr. Camelier across the street, because was the beneficiary of multiple construction bids for that garage, which is very similar to this, from Moss, from Kaufman and Lynn, from Suffolk Construction, and also from Coastal Construction. And I believe that the cost per space for a space is going to be somewhere in the range of $25,000 per space. So what we would propose rather is that you would divide $25,000 into $3 million, which is the equivalent of 120 public parking spaces. Now, just to be as accurate as I can, the deal that we made with the city of Delray Beach CRA was we were obligated to replace the existing parking on grade 1-for-1 in that case. Now, in that case, it was 202, actually it's 198 public spaces. We wound up building a 202 car structured parking garage and giving it to the city of Delray Beach. In this case, what we would suggest here as part of an agreement with the CRA is that we would have a mechanism at the end of construction that we would right size, so to speak, the number of parking spaces. So in other words, if it cost less than $25,000 a space, and we'd certainly try to build it as, relatively speaking, as inexpensively as we could, we would be obligated, if the same appraisal was $3 million, to provide, instead of 120 spaces, maybe it winds up being 130 spaces. We will have the excess spaces to do that, but basically, just to be fair with the city and with the business deal, what we would like to be able to do, using the downtown land use code, which is in this case what's called MXH, and the zoning district of MUC, mixed use core, we would propose to develop 229 residential units, about 18,000 feet of retail, and roughly a 544 car public garage. Now, all of it, I mean, this is our concept plan. It could be wind up being a little more, a little less, but basically, one thing I want to emphasize now in the future is that at a minimum, we would be providing at least 20% of the residential units, which are retail, and we plan to keep, excuse me, I meant rental, I'm sorry. And we certainly intend to keep rental, that 20% of those or more would be workforce housing. And one thing too that I would certainly want to stress is that Juan Casedo and his group have come up, I think, with a really interesting, diverse mix of unit sizes, everything from some studio or kind of micro units that are just under around 500 square feet, up, to a number of a little larger studio units, 1-bedroom units, up to 7 3-bedroom units. So, and we think all of the units themselves, from a design perspective and from a amenity and view quarter perspective, are really incredibly interesting, and I think will give us really an opportunity to have some dynamics with the units themselves, along with the public spaces on the grade level, that the project can be quite successful and certainly very attractive to everyone from school teachers to young professionals young lawyer, accountant, whatever that wants to be downtown and wants to enjoy the fun of being downtown. So, you know, that's basically what we're talking about. We have an extremely strong desire to connect where we can with surrounding users, property owners. And I would certainly would suggest here that we would like to do everything we possibly can. We've not done it before because we thought it'd be presumptuous of ourselves to really engage until we even had an understanding that we may be able to go forward. But to talk with Harvey and Susan Oyer, we would love to see if we could work with them to and maybe provide additional parking that might provide them some opportunity to enhance their property that is immediately to the south of us, south of the alleyway, and also to try to figure out maybe some ways that we could connect or have them possibly connect from what is currently the insurance office on the west side of their property, perhaps into the Dewey Park. One of the things that we have certainly experienced with Worthing Place is that park, Worthing Park, has become an incredible catalyst, I think, for the whole downtown area of Delray Beach. First of all, it has been a marvelous enhancement to our two restaurants, Park Tavern and Salt 7, that front on the park. And by the way, for what it's worth, the ownership of that property, which is myself and an institution, we only own 5 feet into that park. The city has allowed us to, in an easement in perpetuity, to move out an additional 21 feet from the face of our ownership, so that what we wound up doing, we've taken over the day-to-day maintenance of the park, and will hopefully forever. And we've kept the beautiful banyan trees that are there, just as we would propose for the beautiful trees that are in Dewey Park right now, but really try to activate and energize that park with uplights, with music, with just activity. And I think it will be perhaps one of the most dynamic little pocket parks that this city has, as well as just helping to energize the balance of the area. So we'd like to certainly talk and potentially connect, like with our friend here, Bradley Miller, and maybe David Camelier's ice cream shop, as well as the other properties on the block Ace and the two properties at the corners of Boynton Beach and Ocean Avenue. We are requesting your consideration and hopefully approval of the CRA board to potentially move forward with this project based upon not a 30-day public notice period, but a 60-day notice period that would start as of the time the actual notice was provided to the public. We hope that would be, we would prefer this not going to an RFP. We'd like to be able to move forward now versus perhaps a year from now, assuming we'd even be picked in a RFP. But we're very excited about the opportunity, and that basically is our business deal. Two other points, though, just to emphasize, we'd like to take over the maintenance in perpetuity of the park. Secondly, we would like to make Northeast First Avenue a private street. It would be a public street for all intents and purposes. You would never know that it's not a public street, but we believe that we could really try to add some pedestrian elements to that street that would make it more, again, pedestrian friendly, people friendly, and that sort of thing. So that, I mean, and we would maintain that street also as part of the business deal. If we could turn to slide number 10, please. which is two up from here. Okay. Hello?
Yes.
John?
Can we go to slide 10,
John.
please? Thank you.
Okay. These are what we're trying to do here is really highlight what we believe to be the special features of this project as we're proposing it. And one thing I do want to emphasize at the outset is that Juan Casedo here, our design architect, who is a world-class architect, also happens to be the design architect on behalf of the Brightline company in the city of Boca Raton, doing their new station in downtown Boca Raton. So we think it's an real added benefit here, because really one of our focuses here is early on is based upon a strong relationship that the Van Arnhems have currently in Delray Beach with the FEC. They have a lease agreement with the FEC on some property they own there. And what we're proposing to do immediately would be to really, as much as we can, clean up that triangular piece of property that right now it looks pretty bad with those huge concrete railroad ties. We would like to relocate those. We would like to add, and we think that we could create a lease with the FEC. It may not be a long-term one. It may be one that gets renewed from year to year. But it would be something that we could add significant landscaping and add maybe some parking, and really try to make it a spot that's alive today, that's actually useful to the downtown. Maybe even add some, if it's appropriate, maybe some food trucks to people that go to grab a sandwich in the afternoon or lunchtime and that sort of thing, just to try to create active uses that could make that area a little more special. We think strongly that the potential of connecting your beautiful new town square city hall to this location, and as I mentioned earlier, I genuinely believe one of the benefits of this project in this location is that I think we will be a positive stimulus to Mr. Delmeda to do something with this property sooner than later. And I certainly think, along with the self-imposed issues or the requirements that Davy has, is that hopefully something will happen there pronto, and will allow that project to move forward. And it should go ahead of ours. I think that's, in my opinion, the Ocean One ought to get going, and we come in right after that, and that at least that's the way I would see it anyway. And the other benefits, the added new public parking. Hopefully we could provide some additional parking and incentives for the Oyer family to do some additional interesting development work with their properties there next to us. Making Northeast First Avenue a private street, maintaining it, the mix of units, and also one of the things that I think is, in addition to putting all the utilities underground, is I think there's really a wonderful opportunity, given the pedestrian nature of Northeast First Avenue and the alleyway between our project and let's call it the Oyer property, of doing something with public art, with murals, with music, and just making those areas absolutely alive as they should be, because it's going to be a catalyst and a stimulus for everything around there. So that's it. And if we could go from there to the, yes. Well, I'll come back. You want?
Just keep going.
If we could go to number 26 slide. It's the project timeline.
This is 25.
25. Okay. Sorry.
It's 25, John.
I'm sorry, John.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And by the way, one thing I haven't really talked about, and I don't want to overdo it, but the Van Arnhems, myself, we do have substantial real experience in projects like this project. I mean, the Van Arnhems just broke ground on a 143 unit hotel, and that's going to be going up in downtown Delray Beach. They've got two other very interesting mixed use residential retail projects in downtown Delray. I've been fortunate enough, and we'll talk about it a little bit with the financial structure, but to have been involved from start to finish and on two very, very dynamic downtown projects that do parallel this project in Worthing Place, which I'm very proud to say I think has been one of the most successful projects, urban downtown mixed use projects, when there weren't very many examples at the time, certainly in this county and maybe in the state of Florida. And also it was the largest public-private endeavor between a private developer and the Delray Beach CRA, which was the addition of the 202 parking spaces in what's called the Federsville Garage on Southeast First Avenue. Anyway, I didn't mean to talk about this out of sequence, but the project timeline, what we would see here, hopefully, is that we would be able to wrap up a contract with the CRA board roughly by year end. And that we would take the first couple of months into 2021 to move forward with the plans that would be sufficient for what you call your DART review, because we would like to be able to get into that DART review process hopefully sometime around March of 2021. Certainly with the help of one of your great people in this city, Colin Groff, we would hope that we could move that process through DART, through P&D, through CRAB and City Commission, roughly by year end next year. I would be the first to, having gone through that same process on behalf of Mr. Camelier, that will be a challenge time-wise. I think it's something that can be accomplished, but it will be something where we certainly will have to work on, but we'd love to be able to keep that time frame. Subsequent to the year-end 2021, we would be completing things like the working drawings and specifications. We would be getting our general contractor hard bids together so that we could move forward and being in a position, hopefully by May of 2022, to be able to pull building permits to build whatever we're ultimately going to call 115 North Federal. I anticipate that the construction time, the vertical construction time, is going to take approximately 20 months. It could be 18, but it's more like, I think this is a complicated project. There's a lot of stuff they have to go into, fairly small boxes here. So I think 20 months, maybe 21 is going to be the time it takes. And we hope that we could have our grand opening and our residential occupancy with our renters right around the first of the year in 2024. If we could switch to two slides after this, financial structure. Okay. What we've tried to do here, I apologize, I shouldn't say I'm sorry. Since we've gone through this process twice, very similar kinds of projects, and again, being the beneficiary of spending 2.5 years of my life across the street on behalf of Mr. Camelier, and also a project that we I was involved in as a consultant that got final approval last Tuesday night in Deerfield Beach for a 326 unit rental apartment project. I feel like we have some understanding of costs, some understanding of what it's going to take to get this project financed. And in both the cases of Worthing Place and Palmetto Place, and another project that I was able to move forward on and complete with the former Delray Beach CRA director, Chris Brown, in downtown Sarasota, called 1350 Main. In each case here, what we wound up doing is the principals, sponsor, myself, Sonny, Maximo and Arnhem, we would put up a substantial portion of the front end equity that would be necessary. And in this case, we think that the equity that would be necessary for a project that's going to be roughly in the range of $65 million, hard cost, soft cost, and that it's going to be approximately 25%, between 12 to 15 million dollars in sponsor or our equity, and that the likely scenario would be that we would team up with an institutional partner. In both cases, Worthing Place, and where I'm still a partner with the institution here, which happened to be a company called BlackRock U.S. Core Assets. No relationship to the same basic company, no relationship to the group. I think it's doing some work, finance work here in Boynton Beach. The Palmetto Place project, it was a 70-30 partnership between myself and a subsidiary of Deutsche Bank. We had a $72 million construction loan with AmTrust Bank to develop Palmetto Place. Deutsche Bank was my institutional JV development partner. I was responsible from day one to the end to get it done on time, hopefully under budget, and that sort of thing. And in that case of Palmetto Place, it started out as a rental. It turned into ultimately a for sale product, but which is not what we anticipate, and nor would we want to do here. But Worthing Place for 10 years has now been a very successful rental project, and BlackRock has it as one of their key assets in their portfolio. We would anticipate the financing for 115 North Federal to be probably from a conventional construction lender, again, like a City National, PNC, Key, maybe Seacoast Bank, and with again with roughly 25% sponsor equity. We do think, and this is not to pat you all on the back, but it's very true that even with the COVID-19 issues, there still is a strong appetite for deals of this nature, and certainly in this kind of location. But one of the things I would certainly want to point out that you all represent a very, very pro-business, healthy government. You know, I don't want to be too difficult, but unlike your neighbor to the south, who is not doing so well right now in that regard, and you should be very proud of what you've accomplished as a city and a whole group of individuals, and and having people like Michael Simon. I mean, it's a huge break to have, and that. So the one other just factor that certainly will be an enhancement to investor return, to our returns, is the fact that this property is in what's called an opportunity zone. That will be ultimately a financing benefit. Candidly, I could go on and on. I mean, I like the rest of us here, we are very excited. We think this is a rare opportunity to be able to potentially move forward with a very special piece of property with all the pieces I think kind of in place that you put together with City Hall, with that project a couple blocks to the west of us, with the ability to move, to the east, with going across Federal Highway, and we do think this is the center of the donut. I mean, this is something that will activate this whole area. 5-10 years from now, you're going to be amazed with the difference in going from City Hall to Federal Highway. I mean, it's going to be. I just foresee, you're still going to have some funky old buildings, and that's okay. But I think it's going to be a real people place that you're going to be extremely proud of. I think it's going to enhance your core values in your downtown, and have this be a place that people come to and will stay here and want to come here on a daily basis and a weekly basis. So anyway, that's Max.
Yeah.
Max Van Arnhem.
Max Van Arnhem, 265 Northeast Fifth Ave. I'm the youngest one in this group, so I'm happy to be here.
He could be my son, actually.
And thankful for you guys taking the time. So yeah, I just want to briefly go over the human element, what the resident sees in Boynton Beach. So instead of building a block of condos and cashing out like a lot of developers do, like we've seen in Boynton Beach, this apartment project will be built and managed by us while we continue to stay in the community and help Boynton Beach provide a walkable downtown core, providing more events and overall utilization of Dewey Park, which will hopefully inspire more developers to incorporate more mixed-use residential space that create great downtown space. It seems that there are a lot of developments gone up that are strictly residential with very little commercial aspects. We need a project like 115 North Federal that provides space for the residents. There cannot be a successful downtown without office, shops, retail, coffee shops, residential, restaurant, open space, green space, etc. Also, we will be providing a huge amount of parking that will accommodate all the future attractions that make a great downtown. This development provides residential space and provides a place for these residents to go, to congregate, to have a sense of community. Where are we at? And also, yeah, the FEC component, we currently have a great relationship with the FEC, with the piece of property we own in Delray, where we have a good relationship with the leasing company Parallel, and we will lease the FEC space near the tracks and clean up that area, providing ample parking, food trucks, parking that is accessible to Ocean Ave, beautify that area, which is central downtown, while we wait for our chance to bring in a Brightline station, which is a huge priority for us. Also, turning the alley into a retail pedestrian walkway that connects Federal to Dewey Park is a huge priority for us. And we think it's very important. And also, we will manage Dewey Park, take on the management of Dewey Park. New development in downtown Boynton must include commercial space for the residents to want to live here in Boynton Beach. And we believe Boynton has an incredible layout, but we need to include commercial. Theaters, bars, green space, open space, entertainment, etc. You need all that for downtown Boynton Beach to be an attractive choice for residents of South Florida move here and create incredible economic development. We will be including everything that residents need here, and what Juan has done has created a beautiful master plan, a beautiful building that incorporates all of these important elements, that is going to create an iconic destination. So yeah, that's all I got to say on that.
Thank you for for your time, your patience with us, and Bradley, I don't know if you welcome comments or questions.
I think that concludes our presentation part, and we do encourage you to look at the full package, and we're here to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. So I'm gonna let the vice chair get in some echo. Okay, vice chair lead, and then let the other board make any comments.
Thank you, Chair. Is there still an echo?
No, it was the Bradley's microphone.
All right, well, thank you. Overall, I think this project is fantastic. I think this may be what we need to really light that fire in this corridor. And this is really prime real estate, right? This is kind of at the very center of our downtown. And, I've spoken to lots of the local businesses, and they want more people walking around, shopping, spending. And for people to want to live there, they must have those shops. And for those shops to come, people have to live there. So I think this is fantastic. I like what I'm hearing in terms of the pedestrian walkways, in terms of the park. And I think this is a much needed facelift to this area. It's going to do great. Also, I just want to also appreciate the fact that these developers are coming in at a time when we would think that there would be less interest, less motivation to build, and actually no, they're moving in the opposite direction, which just says Boynton's the place to be. About the parking spaces, I'm gonna just review the numbers one more time and make sure that if we can squeeze out more public parking, that's always a good thing. So I will be in favor of accepting this letter of interest, and I'll leave my comments there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any other comments, or do you want from the board, or you want to open it up to the public?
Chair, I don't have very much comments. I'll just echo board member Pinzerga's comments. I very much like what is being proposed. I believe there's more room for negotiation, which I would ask for us to direct staff to do that as we, if we do decide as a board to accept this letter this evening. But other than that, I like what I'm hearing.
And we got two more people to make comments. Board member Hay. Board member Katz.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what we can pursue with the party making the proposal, and agree with board member Romulus that a thorough negotiation guided by our input, and I don't know if that necessarily has to happen now, because this is going to take a while, but I want to make sure that this is land we paid a significant amount for. It is prime real estate. It'll be a cornerstone of the eastern portion of our downtown, and I want to make sure that we get everything we want out of this, to ensure that the residents get the best product possible. So I'm interested in moving forward.
All right, and now I'll open it up to public comments.
Chair,
you have,
may I just ask one question? I just want to clarify one thing, and I think it's also good for the public to hear. But what the developer is asking the CRA is to acquire this property at market value. Do I have that correct?
Who are you? You're asking Bradley?
Yeah, I'll direct that to Bradley. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Bradley, you're unmuted. Oh, and self-muted.
You hear us now? The answer
Yes, we
is
can.
yes.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Sawyer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Grant, Board Chair Grant. Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. Well, parts of this I like, and parts make my head want to explode. I will say that at no point has anyone reached out to me. I've been sitting home for 22 weeks and have been completely available. It's very hard to get my brother, so you should probably be reaching out to me. My sister, Christian Oyer Makoviak, owns the insurance agency, and you didn't mention that you wanted to talk to her, yet she's there on site and is readily available as well. So make sure you're reaching out to all three of us. I'll just start at the top of my issues, and that is compatibility. If I'm looking at these pictures correctly, you're proposing to put 6 to 8 story buildings next to our 1 and 2 story buildings. I'm hoping you have some plan to mitigate all the damage the pounding for the foundation is going to do, because we already had to lay out big bucks after 500 Ocean, and they refused to pay us for the damage they caused. So you can better believe we're going to be on this like white on rice. There's no compatibility with this. I'm fine with this if we go a little bit shorter, but putting 8-story buildings next to 1 and 2 story buildings, there is absolutely nothing compatible about that anywhere around it. Whether you're looking at Boardwalk Ice Cream, you're looking at our 515 building that we're at the beginning of remodeling and putting 6 new tenants in. Sorry, 5 new tenants, my mistake. You know, you're looking at Ace Hardware, you're looking at Bud's. Everything in the vicinity is 1 story. Our buildings are 2, and then you've got across the street from us, which are, you know, 5. So 8 is definitely not compatible. I noticed that the parking, and looking at the plans, because it was not available for me to look at earlier, I had to look at the pictures as they were presenting. It appears they want to shut down Hurricane Alley, the actual alley itself, and make that part of the park pedestrian thing, and that's fine, except we have people living in our buildings, and you are going to be restricting access to their homes, and that becomes an issue. There's 5 apartments filled with people, long-term tenants, 10, 15, 20-year tenants. So, you know, I don't see that there's anything being allotted for them, not to mention the increased noise and potential for break-ins and all the problems that come with having tons of people around. I don't know what their plan is for parking in the garage, but, you know, we have at least 50 employees. Kim Kelly alone has 50 employees in just her business. When you add in the 5 new tenants that we are going to be adding to our space within hopefully the next 2 months or so, once construction's done, you're looking at close to 100 employees on our 3 buildings alone. Where are you going to offer parking? There's parking now, and now you want to take away the parking by the railroad, and you want to take away the parking that was the temporary city library that was the church before, and then the parking spaces that are on to the north of that. So there's that 120 public parking spaces you think you have are just going to be filled up mostly with employees. So you really need to be coming up with more parking. I'm concerned that you guys are not talking reverter clause, and look at the hot mess across the street with Camelier and everywhere else where no one lives up to their end of the bargain, and then stuff sits empty. As I recall, that was a $900,000 piece of property that Camelier bought for $10 and I offered 50. And you should have gone with my deal. Next up, I want to say, Mr. Morris was mentioning parking in the park itself and adding spaces. Well, if you're having all kinds of events in that park, which you just said you wanted to do, concerts or activating it or whatever, I don't see how we're going to be able to have parking for the residents that actually live there, that have lived there for 20 years, or the tenants who are renting spaces from us. Just, that doesn't seem to jive. Something is going on there. You say that you want to make other properties come alive and be active, and I will have you note that you're trying to make this into a Delray Beach, Atlantic Avenue scenario, and I can honestly say I don't know anyone who likes Atlantic Avenue and goes down there and because of the hot mess it is turned into. There's no parking, it's loud, it's noisy, it's awful. The people who live there are miserable because now you've got clubs all night long making all kinds of noise, and it's just really inconvenient. And you know, it might appeal to a certain percentage of people who are moving from, for example, New York City or some other big city, Chicago, whatever, that want that lifestyle, but that's a very small portion. And the residents who live here already, as you well know, do not want that, nor do they want Boynton Beach to turn into a Delray Beach. I saw the funding. Yay. I'm glad you've got some skin in the game, but you know, again, I get you back to the reverter clause. You know, I don't see this happening, just like Villages has been sitting there empty. And unfortunately, I was the one in the family who was against selling that property to the Villages. I was outvoted, but you know, that's another story. But since these are some of the same people, I thought I'd throw that in. I would invite you to look at Prospect Park in West Palm Beach. The city of West Palm Beach has finally decided that going a little bit lower is the better way to go. They made Prospect Park a much smaller, lower height project, and now they're selling out incredibly quickly. And they found that people don't want to live in tall buildings anymore. They want shorter buildings, because especially when the power goes out during hurricanes, during stuff like right now with COVID, where you can't get in an elevator, you have to walk up and down the stairs, and people can't do that. You're not walking up and down 7 and 8 flights of stairs. So, you know, maybe you should be thinking a little bit lower to make it actually livable and parkable. And I would remind you, I was just speaking with a developer, I guess it was yesterday, and we were talking about the whole residential on top of commercial thing that you guys seem to love so much. And that developer was telling me, oh my God, this is the worst thing in the history of the world almost. And it's just awful. And for some reason, you all seem to think it's going to be great, but Casa Costa is a perfect example of one that does not work. It takes so long to fill these up, and it's just truly not working. And you're being sold a bill of goods, and maybe the developers truly think this is going to happen. The rest of us look at this and go, no, it doesn't, or it takes years and years to happen. So I would invite you to stop and think twice about this, because this is not the direction that your residents, who have repeatedly come out over the years in great quantity and have told you over and over and over not to put these super tall buildings in, not to put residential on top of commercial, because it just doesn't work. And we tell you over and over not to do it. And we're the ones who live here. We're the ones who pay the taxes and pay your set commission salaries, and yet we're not being listened to. And we have told you over and over not to do it. And while I think this is beautiful, yay, at the same time, I think maybe a shorter version of it that does not take as big of a footprint. And I'm going to ask, I don't think you guys have talked to Kim Kelly, because she, and I will remind you again, our businesses have been there, my buildings have been there for up to 95 years. And we are the downtown. We have been this city's downtown for 95 years. And you've got Kim Kelly with one of the biggest, most important restaurants in the city. And her customers, hundreds every day, park along the railroad. And now you're taking away all that parking. and absolutely no one is going to pay to go park to do anything. So unless all this parking in this garage is free for everyone, and I will refer you back to the, was it Mariner Village, that all that was supposed to be free, and yet they charge everyone who tries to park there public-wise, and it's supposed to be free. You're going to have a revolution here, because this is not good. People are not going to be happy, and you are going to actually hurt the businesses downtown if you are requiring them to pay for parking, and you are taking away the hundreds of parking spaces that are already there. Not to mention what's going to happen with the people who live there and have lived there for decades, and how they're going to react. They don't want to listen to the foundation hammering in. You know, it's bad enough we had to listen to it during the day, but if you have people trying to work from home like right now, how are they able to work from home with those machines pounding that foundation for hours, 8 to 10 hours a day, every day for months? So I think you need to look at the bigger picture here and go, our residents do not want this. They do not, and they will tell you that, and I will find 100 of them to tell you. But I think it is beautiful, and I think there's a way to work around this, and I think there's a way to make this happen, just not in its present state of the way it's set up. So I don't think anything I'm saying is any huge surprise to any of you, except possibly the vice mayor, who's never had to listen to me rant about this before. But I think you need to look at what the current citizens, the one who actually pay the taxes and have been here, actually want this downtown to turn into. We don't want Delray Beach. There's a reason we do not go to Delray Beach. And let's not become Delray Beach. It's not so great. If it was, people would go, more people from Boynton would go there, and they just are not. Maybe if you're 20, but once you break about 30, you're not heading down to Delray. So thank you for your time and your consideration. I appreciate it. And Mr. Morris, feel free to reach out to me anytime, my sister anytime. And if you can actually get my brother, yay, lucky you. You've got the trifecta. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. It seems we also have a comments from Mark Heffron. I'll unmute you now. Mark, you're unmuted, and now you're self-muted.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, thank you.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, we've been very blessed working with the city of Boynton Beach over the last 3 years on the Town Square project, and we have a similar interest in this development, particularly as it relates to Town Square and connecting that back to everything related to the marina and everything that relates to Ocean Boulevard. So I won't go into a lot of detail. I think Susan Oyer did a fantastic job of describing what Boynton's all about. We've obviously had a lot of discussions with the CRA and the commission about where this can go long term, and we have similar interest of how this could all be developed. So I'll keep this short and just saying we would like to meet with the proposed developer of this project and how that can all tie together with some of the master plans that we've done for the city over the last couple of years. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mark. And go from there. My comments, from the beginning, or it hasn't really changed. I'm not in favor of a letter of interest moving forward without doing some research by the CRA of the surrounding property owners. The fact that they don't want to deal with an RFP, they don't want to, that they're willing to give 60 days for someone to compete, have a competing offer is nice. However, the fact is that I have relations with Nate Asplund of the CEO of FEC, but that doesn't mean that he's going to build or allow something to be built on the property where they use for storage. And that's kind of where I'm asking that I don't think they have the rights to use the Brightline image as part of their presentation unless they got approval from Fortress. And I also want the conversation with the South Florida Regional Transit Authority, and that we don't need a Brightline station because there's one in Boca. However, if we get a coastal tri-rail station, I think that's going to be hugely beneficial to the city of Boynton Beach, to go to the other Brightline stations of West Palm and Boca. And that's kind of where I'm at, is that I am all in favor of moving forward with development of this project. I'm in favor of the density that we've agreed upon for this area. The aspect of it is that last month we were talking about parking on this lot, and now we are talking about giving it away. And so that's kind of where I'm at, is that I'm not ready to make a decision on this property because I haven't done any research to the future of it, because it was only a month ago that the library gave it back to the CRA, and we're planning on demolishing the building because we got a grant from the SWA. So, I don't care if we're getting appraised value, because we're going to decrease the appraised value when we tear down the building. So that's kind of where I'm at, is that I'm not in favor of moving forward with any letter of intent before I feel that the CRA has done its job with the different partners or different property owners surrounding it. Because once we sell the property, the CRA is on the sidelines with any discussion. We are no longer a property owner, and I'm not ready to have the CRA be on the sidelines for a project at this central location just yet. 2-3 months, if nothing moves forward, I'll in favor for it. But as of right now, the fact that they say they've got lenders in place, however, they haven't proven it to us, means that, I'd like to see the actual letters from the financial institutions before I approve anything. And I think Board Member Hay, if you have any comments, we'll open up to the other board members and take a vote. And I'm not hearing anything from Board Member Hay, so
Board Chair, Board
yes.
Chair, Board Member Hay has contacted me several times via text. He is unable to be heard. I don't know if John has received anything from either, but he is attempting to speak. I don't know if he wants to call in. If he can hear, maybe he can call in on the number and use his phone, or if there's something technically that John can do to help. But he is having trouble getting in.
All right. So I just gave him the dial-in number and the access code through the webinar chat. And then I'll open it up to the rest of the board if they have any further comments. And if not, we'll wait a couple minutes to make sure that Board Member Hay is heard before we take a vote.
Have we heard from everybody else already? I know Christina
Yes.
went. Okay, all right.
I'll have further comment after Commissioner or Board Member Hay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was waiting for. I was waiting to hear what his thoughts were.
I mean, we're dead silence now. If you guys, I'd like you to make your comments now until he calls in, or.
Could we, Chair, if possible, have Bradley Miller address some of the current concerns that were brought up?
Yes.
This way,
yes, his hand
while we
raised.
wait for Woodrow.
Okay. Mr. Miller, you're self-muted. Would you have the floor?
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that. And we did want to respond to some of the comments that were made. As Mr. Morris indicated, that as far as reaching out to adjacent property owners, we just felt that that would be a presumptuous move. We would be happy to meet with Susan and her sister and her brother and have those discussions. Some of the issues raised, we've certainly noted those. One thing just to clarify, the intention is not to shut down the alley. The intention is to improve the alley and make it more pedestrian friendly. Hurricane Alley has already put tables out on that back area. I'm assuming for COVID reasons, and we just think that there's an opportunity there that would just enhance the area even more and create more of a pedestrian environment there. There's a comment made of parking in the park. There's no intention to park in the park. Again, we want to improve the park. We want to add some lighting, keep it clean, take over that maintenance. The parking, whether it's free or not, the intent here is that the number of spaces that it ends up being in the garage would be available free parking that's available for all of the public to use. So we feel that this project is going to not only address that, but just improve on the parking situation there. Likewise with Mr. Heffron, we'd be happy to sit down with Mr. Heffron and talk about the overall plans. I think that's an important move with his involvement in Town Square and our involvement here in this project. I think that's a fantastic idea to put the two groups together, and more minds is better. So we understand what we have before us, and we believe that's just a dynamic project and opportunity to move this forward.
Comment that we have no intention of making.
There was one more response was the reference to Delray Beach. We recognize that there's a huge difference in Delray Beach and Boynton Beach, and we want to be Boynton Beach. There's regulations that were put in place for this property for the densities and the height. I mean, the proposal here is 8 stories max. The allowed zoning would allow to go up to 150 feet. We're going to be at 80 feet. So it's just a little bit over half. And through those same regulations, there is a provision to protect those structures and the environment along Ocean Avenue, to keeping those at 35 feet in height along the frontage of Ocean Avenue. All that's got to be incorporated into design plans and going through the process that city staff will have the opportunity to review. You as CRA board will review, you as city commission will have the opportunity to review, and there's plenty of process left here for public to be involved and be part of this. So thank you for giving us that opportunity and the opportunity tonight. And we again would like to get your support here tonight to move forward. Thank you.
All right, so I don't believe Woodrow was able to call in, so I don't see a phone number. And so, Michael, are you able to relay his comments to us?
No, not with any consistent ability, Board Chair. He's unable to, I mean, I don't know how he would text his comments at this point.
Well, I would assume he would call you if that's
Well, he
a
could do that.
capability.
If he wants to call, I can let him talk through my microphone.
Yeah.
That might work. Hang on one second.
Board Chair Grant, this is John McNally. I did try and mute his audio and unmute it, thinking that might force a reset of it. That did not seem to work. I also did text him asking him to select in the audio panel of the GoToWebinar session either the phone call option or the no audio option, and then select back to the computer audio option. Hopefully that would then trigger his microphone to work. Not sure if he's able to do that via the
Yes,
chat.
sir. Yes, sir.
There we go. Sounds like he's on the phone.
Go ahead, Woodrow.
Okay. Some kind of difficulties here, obviously, but I just want to chime in, say that I really like what I'm hearing, but at the same token, I do want to have input from the neighboring businesses, which I thought that was done already. I do like the 20% workforce housing. Do have some questions about Dewey Park, the maintenance of it, the liability of it. If we wanted to use it as a city or as a CRA, how would that work? And of course, we're not trying to be a dairy or nothing like that. I just want to. We can wait just a little bit longer to get that input. The people that I talk with, they were all for it. But from what I'm hearing, I think it would be to our benefit and to the overall project is to make sure that we're all on the same page as we move forward, because this is a major part of our downtown master plan is to develop that piece of property. So I want to hear all input. I'm leaning more toward the project than against it, but I still say I know the company is being aggressive, and I like that, but I want to hear from everybody. So that's where I am right now. I hope you can hear that.
Were you able to hear that, board?
Yes, I was. And
okay, great.
Thank you. So I'll leave it up to, I guess, Commissioner Katz. You said you wanted to make comments afterwards, or Board Member Katz. My apologies.
Yeah, and I'll be brief. I guess, and it, I haven't heard of it necessarily done. I'm sure it has been. There's probably a name for it, so someone could correct me when I describe it. But I get the apprehension to commit to a plan, pretty much sight unseen until tonight, that we haven't really laid any serious thought into to try to shape it. And it is our property, and we're going to be incentivizing it. So we should, it's our land, we should have a say in this. Is it possible, or is there a mechanism to move forward and say we want to engage with this developer? Because I think the track record speaks for itself. If we wanted to go out and see if somebody was better at accomplishing the goal of redeveloping this, I don't know if we could find a better person. He's at the top of the game, so I don't know if going out to find more people or more plans is the idea. I want to work with Mr. Morris and his team collaboratively to design this project to have all of the features that we all ever thought it would have, and figure out how to properly fund that or incentivize that so that it works for him too, obviously, as a developer. Can we not work to do this from scratch with this party? That's what I'm thinking right now, personally.
So basically, it's kind of what they've requested of the 60-day letter of intent window to hash the, I guess, the different, what is it called? The different conversations and requests for the project. That way, you know, if you do 60 days, that will leave us, I think they said the decision in November for the purchase and sale. And that way we would have 2 board meetings to discuss what we would want to have happen beforehand before a final decision is made in November.
Gotcha.
Is that
And
something?
well, so here's my thought going along with the idea that, you know, we kind of collaboratively work from scratch to see how to do this to better fit everyone's liking, you know, that the timeline set forth in the LOI, you throw that out too, and make a counter offer to say, you know, we might not want to make these decisions in 60 days. It might be too big of a decision to make. Maybe we want 90 or 120 days. Basically, my counter to their letter of intent is, I would like to work with you, but we're going to start from scratch together and figure it out.
Basically, that just accepts their letter of intent because we have full discretion of whenever we want to accept the purchase and sale agreement. However, they would have to agree that if it's not within the 60 days, they can withdraw their letter of intent.
Chair.
Yes, Board Member Romulus.
And if that's the case, then that's fine. To be perfectly honest with you, I mean, I really think that that's kind of where Board Member Katz is coming from, and I would agree that this is a big endeavor that we would be going through. And if we can talk for the next, 60, 90, however many days, and if for whatever reason the project developer says they want out, then that's their choice, so be it. And, and it wouldn't hurt us because we haven't lost or gained anything, in the process of doing that. If anything, we've just been able to refine more what we want to see on that project. And then perhaps we can create an RFP, or we receive another LOI from someone else who kind of sees what we're trying to design and goes in that direction. So I'm not opposed to, starting communication, starting the discussion, and really taking this over the next couple of months to define something that both parties can agree to.
Okay.
Board member?
Yes.
Sorry, Board Chair. Board Member Hay would like to be recognized if that's possible.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Board Member.
That's something that I could live with because as the presentation was being made,
Michael?
I made a whole list
Yes.
of
I can barely hear him.
that they would be able to provide, and I'm just saying to myself, I just pray and hope that they could. But I think sitting down at the table and just talk about these things and getting some further reassurance that they will and can happen is something that I could live with. I'm all for Mr. Morrison and his company, that they have already proven themselves, and I'm sure they can deliver again. But I just want to feel a little more comfortable. So I support that idea of let's just sit down and start the negotiation.
Okay. So yeah, the current outline as is that on August 11th, we have the LOI agreement. October 12th, 2020, it is the end of the public notice, which is the roughly 60 days from tonight. And that November 2020, we would finalize any sort of contract negotiations, and that December 2020, we would sign the property over. And so the aspect of the way that the board has stated, is that what we would like to do moving forward?
Just to be clear, unless I'm confused or I might be misunderstanding, if just going along with what I said, because I tried to reduce it down to, everything they've presented, including any timelines, throw it out and define it by our terms. I understand if we enter into negotiations to discuss the property, there's the 30-day period, but I don't propose any timelines right now with engaging in discussions or negotiations with Mr. Morris and his crew. So I can't emphasize that enough, that my position, or what I would like to see, is we tell the executive director that we want to work with Mr. Morris, and we start everything from scratch. Their proposal, that's their proposal. I would like to say we define all terms collaboratively now.
So I'm going to ask Catherine to explain, like, the letter of intent is that also prevents other parties from interfering with their contract negotiations with the CRA. So that's the main reason why they're requesting that letter of intent and no RFP, so that it's a one-on-one conversation with.
Go
Sorry,
ahead. Board Chair, please continue.
Yeah, with Ocean Avenue residents and shops. That's the reason why, if we don't agree to their letter of intent, it's, they're not bound to negotiate or do anything according to a timeline. However, if we just leave it open, then they may not be willing to have those conversations with us because there's not any contractual requirement for the CRA to only deal with them. So that's kind of where that's the letter of intent, is the decision that we have tonight, because it's not necessarily the timelines, it's dealing with them as the LLC.
If I could add to that, because there would be public notice required, yes, there is for disposal of any CRA property, that notice does afford the opportunity for other groups, entities to propose something for the property, but board chair is clearly correct. I mean, if the board moves to authorize staff and legal to enter into negotiations, we would be negotiating with them one-on-one, based on what they have proposed, but nothing that they have proposed would be set in stone until an actual agreement was formed, which would not happen for at least 60 days.
So, Board Member Katz, is that clear?
Yeah, and I'm comfortable with that, because if things don't progress the way we like, we can get out of it. They can get out of it. I would have no problem, extending that exclusive rights to pitch under the LOI, because if for me, if these are the guys to do the job and we can come to an arrangement, I want to see if that works and not undermine it by allowing other parties to make offers at the same time. So I'm comfortable with the implications.
Well, the purpose of the notice is to allow other parties to be aware that this is happening.
Correct, Catherine. And the aspect of it is that towards the final contract negotiations, no party's allowed to bid, something a little bit more, similar to aspects of when the CRA allowed for open bidding almost at a CRA meeting. And so that's kind of the decision the board has tonight, if we would like to move forward with contract negotiations with Ocean Avenue Residents and Shops LLC for the development of 115 North Federal, whether it's the exact design that they have or something different, that's up to negotiations. And given the 60-day window, October 11th, they have that any other party will have the ability to make a pitch to the CRA board. But however, after October 11th, then if anybody does do that, that's in violation of the law, because we are in a bound contract negotiations with Ocean Shops.
Right. So to be very clear, until there is an agreement in place, other people may pitch. And there would not be an agreement in place for at least 60 days.
Is that correct?
There is no
Catherine?
exclusivity.
Okay. And
right.
I'm fine moving forward with the exclusivity with Ocean Shops, my statements were more along your lines as well, is that there's a lot of information to digest, and I was uncomfortable making the decision to go with their design and everything as stated. However, I'm very much open to speaking with them and discussing with them over the next 2 months to see if there's any other bids. And if not, we can hopefully finalize a project and hopefully use, the help of the CRA to expand it to any of the other parcels in that block.
Board members,
So,
if you remember under your current policy of LOIs, if during the LOI period, another LOI is submitted, your policy says that you'll go to an RFP. You can change that, but currently, if during the LOI period, the public notice period, you receive a second LOI, your default is to go to an RFP.
correct, but we're not bound by that policy. Is that correct, Catherine?
Well, it is your current policy, so you could always vote to change your policy, but it is an officially adopted board policy at the moment.
Okay.
Chair.
Just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah. Yes, board member, Vice Chair Romulus of Penserga. It's getting a little late.
It's okay.
So here's what I'm hearing. I think a lot of us want to work with these individuals. I think somebody said that they're at the top of their game. And we're all in favor of having public input. And from what I just heard from Catherine is that nothing is final. If we accept this letter of interest, nothing is final anyways until an actual development agreement is done. And so I'm in favor of moving forward, accepting this letter of interest, and then we continue to negotiate and work out the interests of the public and whatever else that you might be interested in. From what I understand, they're willing to do that. They're willing to speak with the neighbors. They just didn't want to jump the gun yet because they wanted to see if we were even interested to begin with. And so I'm ready to make a motion. Unless you'd like to continue with further discussion.
You can make the motion at any time, Vice Chair.
That's right.
Members?
Yes, is that Mike?
So,
yes, it is. When you consider board entering in, you're discussing tonight comments made. There were 2 comments from the public, and there was a long presentation made by a developer that's interested in developing a piece of property the CRA owns. And so far, to be fair to the developer and to the board, I haven't heard, other than from the board chair, any criticisms or critiques of the project as it is presented that this developer would leave tonight and begin to tweak in order to meet some of those undesirable expectations. That's one point. The next point is you're only going to be able to negotiate with them on those critical matters that you object to tonight, because it's been mentioned to scratch the whole thing and start in a negotiation from the beginning as if there wasn't a presentation. How do you intend to have that negotiation with the developer? Is that going to occur at a CRA board meeting next month and then again the next month? So you'll have 2 opportunities to negotiate a brand new project with them. Is that how you envision it? I just want you to consider you've created, I think, a good environment for you as a board to have some flexibility, but you don't have flexibility to meet with the developer on a regular basis and negotiate what you don't like. And I'm still not sure exactly what you don't like. I don't know if he is, but I'm not sure.
To
be fair,
Michael, I don't. That's not the discussion that we have tonight. It's the question that we have. It's a yes or no. Do we accept their letter of intent and move forward with contract negotiations, or that the developer can speak with us individually, they can speak with all the different property owners, and that at the meeting in September, they can have a update of what has happened in the past 30 days. That is kind of where the board has to make the decision, yes or no, do we want to accept the letter of intent as stated? We don't have the ability to, counteroffer. And so that's kind of where we can move forward with this discussion, because I feel that we've discussed this item long enough, and the developer has a right to know if we want to move forward with them or not.
Chair, I move
Yes.
to accept the letter of interest and issue a 90-day public notice.
Second.
Okay. And then we'll ask the developer if they're willing to accept that counteroffer.
The 90 days?
Yes. Bradley?
Yes.
Yes, we're fine with that. Thank you.
All right.
Discussion?
Yes,
Discussion.
and then I do see that someone else has their hand raised. Board Member Romulus.
Thank you. I just want to add, in regards to it's getting late. I'm sorry, I can't think. In regards to the executive director's comments, I do believe I envision that we would be bringing this item back between what staff does behind the scenes, and then between this coming before us at our September and then October meeting. I think those would be places to negotiate and see the progress that's being made, and propose changes and upgrades and updates. As the board chair mentioned, I don't believe tonight is the night, because I think we're all exhausted and we still have nearly half of the agenda to still keep going through.
Yep. I wouldn't say half, but Tom, I'm gonna unmute you. It says you're currently self-muted.
Yeah. So this is Tom Devlin, 2840 Southeast First Court, Boynton Beach, as resident. This being citizen land, I really think that we need some input from the community as to what we really want there. It seems like, one of the, maybe it was Board Member Katz that pointed out that, we're about to bulldoze the old church and library. We're kind of jumping at the first design that we're seeing. I really like the presentation. I'm impressed with their history and whatnot, but I'm also concerned, like Susan, about the height, the look. Is it really the look that we want for downtown Boynton? We haven't really gone to the community and tried to figure out what that area should look like, what we want there. And we're going to say yes to a letter of intent with the first design that we see. Not that it wouldn't be the one that we would go ahead with in the end with changes, but I do think we should get some input and do the RFP. And again, I'm just talking as Tom, a guy who lives a couple miles away.
Thank you, Tom. And Bradley, you also had your hand raised.
I did. Just one more point on the 90 days and the following up to Board Member Romulus's comment of coming to the next board meeting. It would be helpful if you could feed your individual comments through Mike, through the CRA staff, and so we can get those, so we're prepared to address those as we come back to you.
That sounds like a plan. Okay, I don't see any further comments or board. I'm going to take a call.
Chair, sorry, just one
Yes.
more. Just to make explicitly clear that in any of these discussions between Mr. Morris's group and the CRA, that the appropriate city staff also be immediately looped into the process. I just wanted to state that explicitly, because there's some need for their input, obviously.
Okay. Yep, I'm sure the city will get involved more sooner than later. All right, seeing no further comments, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations. All right. So item 15B, I've been requested to, may I have a motion to remove this from the table?
So moved.
And did I get a second?
A second.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. It's been asked to be removed. So is the board have any discussion on this item? Hearing none, we will move on to item 15C. Consideration of the Boynton Beach Women's Club's request in terms to use the Historic Women's Club of Boynton Beach for fiscal year 2020-2021 meeting dates. Is Kay still here? Yes.
Donna Artis.
Yes. And so, hello, we can hear you. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Hi, Donna Artis. I'm the new Boynton Beach president. So I've gone through everything with Kay as past president. You do have the schedule for the calendar for 2020 and 2021 for use at the building. So this was for your review and hopefully your consideration for to use it.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. There's some background noise. I don't know if that's from
Yeah, again.
Donna Artis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to mute you so that we don't have the background noise. Moving forward, I want to thank you again for the Historic Women's Club of Boynton Beach, or the Boynton Women's Club. And the two concerns that I have is, one is the current executive order from Palm Beach County not to allow certain gatherings. And so I'm willing to accept the board meeting dates and times. But however, after speaking with the executive director, the cleaning fee, I do feel the CRA needs to have a professional cleaner dealing because of the COVID-19 and for liability issues. And I'd like to see if you're willing to split the cost with us for the $1,300 over the course of the year.
Hello?
Yes.
All right. So you're requesting a 650 cleaning fee, basically because of COVID-19 and the additional cleaning, which we all understand, of course. All right. I would have to bring that up with my board.
Okay. And I'm sorry, the cleaning fee for the location. Why do you have such background noise? All right.
It's coming from.
Yeah, it's coming from
someone.
Okay. Sorry about that. That was Kay.
Okay.
So no, the item proposed, the cleaning fees proposed to us from the CRA board is $200 per meeting.
Okay, so if that was half, that would be $100, right?
Per meeting, yes, of the 13 meetings that you've requested.
Oh, okay.
So it's not 650, it's 1,300.
Oh, I was splitting it in half again. Sorry.
That's okay. And so that's, and I'll ask the board if they think that's fair, or based upon the whole situation with the what's it called? the relationship that we've had in the past, if
Right.
that seems fair. So I'll ask the board. And then the other aspect of it is that I'd also like to be able to offer it to you for you know, a 3-year basis with renewable terms each year.
Well, but will this continue with this intense cleaning? I mean, this might only last until this year, going into maybe, go ahead.
Yeah, the aspect of it is that if we charged you the rental fee, it'd be a lot more.
Right, but I also,
So that
go ahead.
so that's kind of why it's a very good offer for $100 per meeting.
Again, I'll have to take it up with the board. I cannot just make that decision. You know, we do have our executive board. We were hoping though that we could do it
I'm
with,
sorry, you're going in and out.
all right, we were hoping that we could do in kind, which of course means that we would contribute to some meetings or social things that you have. I know that you like to give or that you offer historical tours, and we could contribute to that in place of a dollar amount.
I'll open it up to the board to see if they have any comments.
Okay.
So does the board have any comments?
A chair.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I got sidetracked a little bit with my dogs, but I'm in favor of them using the space. And I do like the idea of the tours. I think that's a reasonable in-kind contribution from them.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Just give me one though, include me in the tour.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then do we have anyone else from the board that has any comments? All right, I'll open it up to the public. Kay, you're unmuted.
Thank you very much. I agree with what Donna said. The entire board would have to agree to any increase in monetary payments because understanding that COVID-19 has changed everything completely. And we have to look at what we are doing now and how things will be coming in the future in an entire different way than we have before. But I do recognize that in the past, the commission has recognized that the Boynton Women's Club should be using this building as, well, it was our home to begin with, and we more or less represent the city of Boynton Beach there. And we would like to continue in that manner.
I know, but they have agreed. Okay.
No, we haven't agreed fully. It was just
excuse
the
me.
vice chair
Okay.
made one comment.
That was his comment.
I'm not the majority here. Just one
No,
vote.
and it was, I appreciate Ty's comment. Just
Okay.
going back to several years ago, where we were not asked to make an absolute monetary contribution. Since we do not have any income, other than the dues that comes in from our members, it would have to be something that would be, we might then have to charge our members a fee in order to attend their own meetings. So as I say, this is something that we would have to bring before the board. I'm sorry that that is something that comes that way, because it would perhaps put off the agreement for at least another month.
Chair,
Yes.
because I had to step out for a little bit, could you just recap what is the point that is of main concern right now? Is it the cleaning fee? Is that
Yes.
what we're held up on?
There's correct. You know, there's the cleaning fee and the rental fee, and so I agree with them that there should be no rental fee for the Boynton Women's Club.
Okay.
The aspect of the cleaning fee is that, you know, working with them to defray some of the CRA's costs with them using the building, because the CRA will have to clean it just for liability's sake. It's kind of like, even though nobody's sick and all that issues, it's something that needs to be done in today's time. So I'm happy to, if you feel that the in-kind contribution is adequate, I'm happy to go forward with that. But we do need to hear from another board member.
Okay.
And I believe,
Or Chair, I have no objections.
okay. All right. So would you mind making the motion?
Who are you speaking with? Are you speaking to me?
The board. I'm speaking to the board.
All right,
So
I'll make the motion. I move to approve the use of the Historic Women's Club by the Boynton Beach Women's Club, subject to the execution of the rental agreement with terms, conditions, and modifications, and as agreed to by both parties.
Second.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
May I
We
ask what you
appreciate it.
agree?
Just a point of order. Could I just point out that we are the Boynton Women's Club?
Yes, not the Boynton Beach Women's Club.
Right,
Right.
just when you do that, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thank you
Yes,
very
no.
much. for it.
Right.
Absolutely.
Chair?
Thank you very much.
Board Chair, for clarification, what did you agree to?
That we are accepting their offer of in-kind services to use the facility.
Thank you.
And
Ben, thank
last
you.
you're welcome. And last, we have the CRA board discussion and consideration of executive director's annual performance review for fiscal year 2019-2020.
Yes, Board Chair Twee Shutt, for the record, Assistant Director.
Twee, can you get a little bit closer to the microphone?
Of course. Again, I just want to give a quick background introduction, and you guys can have your discussion with legal, counsel's assistance. So this is our annual report. The board had hired Mr. Simon back in 2017 to lead the organization. His duties and responsibilities are in the agreement. It's in attachment 1. Since then, Mr. Simon has received two raises. One in fiscal year 2017-18 at 8%, and another one just last year for 4%. We also provided the board with some research we've done for other comparable exec directors' salary and position as well, because that was the point of discussion at the last 2 annual evaluation. With that, if there's any other questions you'd like answered, I'll be here.
Okay. I guess my first question is there an anticipated raise for CRA staff for the upcoming fiscal year?
Yes, Board Chair, the range is from 0 to 5%, 5% being the max.
And just to add, I believe the executive director, I don't think the board is bound to, it's really at the board's discretion based on just the past action the board has made. So.
Okay. Well, I'll go first and allow each of the board members to comment. I think our Michael has been doing a great job. We're coming up on 4 years now, and I believe that the CRA has come very far in that time, and we can talk about it based upon the letter of intent that we just received tonight for 115 North Federal Highway. And so I think he's doing it exceeds expectations in all aspects. The one thing that I would request is that we kind of that have a strategic plan for each of the CRA districts for that upcoming year. So once we approve the budget, we have an idea of what we're trying to accomplish in each of those areas. And so that we have a better understanding of the will of the board collectively, rather than each of us individually speaking our minds at each of the meetings. That way we understand where we are before and can work together, I think, more cohesively. So great job.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Board Chair.
And I'll let the rest of the board speaks before we speak about our raise. Vice Chair, would you like to be next?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Michael Simon's done a phenomenal job. I'm not shy about that, and I mentioned that to just about everybody I meet. And he has exceeded expectations. I'm open to giving Michael a 7% raise as a starting point. I think we need more people like him.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
All right. Board Member Romulus, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. I was actually just looking for the comparison chart. Is that included in the backup, Twee?
I don't believe it is.
Okay, so where did that happen? She mentioned something about it, and I don't.
Oh, yes. It's performance.
I'm sorry, board member Romulus. That was emailed in an email on July 24th. I'll be glad to just shoot it out right now to the board if you'd like. Or I can probably, Mike, do you think you can put it on the screen? Or if someone has the ability to do so, I can email it to you.
In any format, I'd like to see it at that right now as we're discussing it. I missed that email. I apologize. Yeah.
I'll take over.
Okay.
Change presenter.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and jump on my soapbox about Mike, and then
Does everybody see the
Oh,
screen?
there it is. Oh, perfect. Okay. Okay. So I guess in comparison to local CRAs, his salary is fair, but we don't have anything that's comparing, other like municipalities or of population size or anything else.
If I may add, these are very like in terms of what we do in our plan and the complexity and the diversity of our demographics, as well as the geographical area. All these CRAs were established in the 1980s, which are one of the older ones. For instance, like Jupiter, most of their areas are residential. Boca, on the other hand, their CRA is really established as a DRI, Development Regional Impact, for the Meisner development. So, again, they have a very small area in the downtown with respect to the diversity of the different land uses. So these were the ones in the closest vicinity within 30 miles of our municipal boundary, and they have the most like characteristics. I do note that Riviera Beach, they are in the process of of doing a search for an exec director right now. So that's why you'll see there's, that I think it's probably managed by either a planning and zoning manager or somebody, a department staff of some sort, while they're searching for the executive director. So that's something to note. I just learned about just the last week.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So are you done?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. I didn't want to cut you off. Thank you, Twee. Just looking at this, first of all, I have some questions about Lake Worth Beach's CRA director and their salary, but that's neither here nor there. But I want to talk about Mike and the phenomenal, outstanding, whatever other positive accolade I can, put on him while we're doing this. This is one of the times that I get to, heap praise, which is something I love to do. Mike has done a fantastic job ever since taking over from the last CRA director, and to really kind of take us to where we are now, and his patience in explaining complex issues, his ability to really just go into the nitty gritty micro details, which I used to get bothered by initially, but now I appreciate it because it just tells me that he just cares and he's passionate about what he's doing, and he really knows the industry inside and out, and represents us well on so many platforms. So I am in definite favor of continuing his position, and that's that. I was thinking more like 5%, but since Ty wants to really go all out. I mean, we can.
It was just a suggestion.
We can discuss the 7 if that's where the rest of the board feels we need to go, and if that puts him in line with other CRAs of like size and like endeavors. So I'm in favor of having that discussion. Thank you, Mike, for everything you've been doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Michael, do you have board member Hay on the phone?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. Needless to say, I'm not new working with Mike. I've been working with Mike for quite a long time, and he is just what you say, board member Romulus, because Mike always goes into detail and explains. So you make sure when you leave there, you either got too much or you just sleepy. But I was thinking more in terms of the 5% also. Just keeping in line with the rest of the employees, but going to the max end of that 3 to 5%. And I think Mike is right up there with the best of them. And I have no problem with Mike. Every time I call on him, he's available. He comes on my Zoom meetings when I need him. So if the rest of the board wants to go for 7, but I was thinking more like Christina, the 5%. So that's where I am.
Thank you, board member. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And board member Katz.
Thank you, board chair. I have the same, response we've had every year since Director Simon took over, and it's that he's doing a fantastic job. He's assembled an amazing team, and the results speak for themselves. I think over the past few years, there are things happening that when we came into office 4 years ago, had been failures and were stigmatized as failures. There were things that should have been done, and for whatever reason, they never developed. And it's everything that's happening now is through the collaboration of the city and the CRA and this board, and everyone has to do their job. And I think that's what produces results. And the CRA and Executive Director Simon and his staff do their job. They do exactly what they are supposed to do to contribute to the success of our city. And I think that's the reason where we're at. So whatever we can do, I think he does a great job.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Board Member Katz. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm also in line with the 5%. Oops, sorry. I'm also in line with more of the 5% raise. And so if the board wants to make a motion, I guess
So
we'll hear
moved.
it now.
So moved
Can you state
Second.
the percentage?
with the 5% raise.
All right, thank you.
I second that.
All right.
Board
And
Member Hayes, second.
is there any further discussion?
May I
Seeing
just
none?
add that this could be executed after legal drafts the amendment, making only that change to the agreement?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further comments, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I wish you could see my face. It's beaming. I really appreciate all the kind words, and I won't keep anyone later, but you know I could. So thank you really. It's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity. I appreciate it very much and your support.
All right.
Sincerely.
And then item 16A1, can I have a motion to remove that from the table?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. So briefly, I want to thank CRA staff for creating the different properties. I understand that the CRAB board doesn't understand necessarily the vision of reviewing these properties and talking about and discussing them, but that's kind of what they do. And I feel the easiest way is for the chair to assign individual properties to the board members, and that there's a presentation by 2 or 3 of them each of the CRAB board meetings, subject to the fact that some of the properties get sold and or get delisted. But I think the benefit is that, you know, when we're looking, as we've talked earlier about land banking along Boynton Beach Boulevard, we are not, as the CRA board, reviewing the properties for sale on a monthly basis. And I think the advisory board should have a task, and this is a valid task, to review the pieces available for sale, even though we can't buy them instantly. You know, that's the point of land banking, is that, is this something that we need to buy in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, looking down the road? And I think that's kind of what we're looking for, is that, you know, what is the timeline when the CRA should look to purchase this, and, you know, what do we, and not necessarily the current price, because, you know, we have a property appraisers that do that, but just based upon the strategic value of the building and property, to say, is this, you know, in the near future or in the distant future, or not in the future at all? And that's the guidance I'd like to give the CRAB board chair. Is everyone in agreement with that?
I
That
am.
sounds fun.
Yeah, sure.
All right. And Michael, is that enough direction?
It is. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. And that's it. So may I have a motion to adjourn, unless I forget something? And John, the closing.
One comment,
Yep.
Board Chair. Just for your protection, do you have anybody else that's helping you to monitor, say, the chat box or people raising their hand? Because I don't want you to be accused of overlooking anybody, because, you know, like you missed that guy Tom that said he wanted to speak on the previous item tonight. That could be problematic down the road. So I would prefer if you had some assigned person to help you do that chat box or monitor the hand waving. So
All right.
Just a thought.
No, thank you. And John
Yes, sir.
McNally, I guess that you're going to be delegated that task.
And usually we do a really good job of that. I'm not sure if that came in late after you had already gone to conversations with the board members, and sometimes I'm not sure if you circle back if comments have already been made, but we'll do a better job of keeping an eye on that in the future.
Yeah, normally there's a pop-up of whether it's a question or a hand raise, and I didn't see anything.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All right, thank you. And John, do you mind providing us with a closing?
Yes, I will. As a reminder, a recorded version of this session will be posted to the CRA's YouTube channel. Links to that channel are available on the CRA's website at boyntonbeachcra.com. This concludes today's meeting. On behalf of Board Chair Stephen Grant, all of our board members, the CRA Director, and CRA staff, thank you for attending tonight's meeting. Be safe and have a great evening.
Thank you, John.
All right, good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
board.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
All right.